All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. It is Thursday, April 13, 6:01 p.m. My name is Ben Louder. I'm the Central Region Vice Chair of the Central Region RAC. Brock McMillan, our chair, is out this evening, so I'll be chairing the meeting tonight. Welcome to the Central Region Advisory Council meeting. This meeting is being held in person at the DWR Central Region in Springville as we are being streamed live on YouTube. Welcome, YouTubers. This is the public forum allowing you to express your opinions and proposals on the management of wildlife in our state. This RAC considers your ideas, opinions, and proposals and reports them to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not the RAC, is charged with setting wildlife policy for our state. We all have our ideas and opinions about what is best for Utah's wildlife, and we approach this with tremendous emotions and passion. I would encourage all who wish to express their opinion to do so. However, I would ask that we as individuals respect opposing views on the issues being discussed. I would appreciate the audience keeping their emotions in check, allowing all individuals to freely express their opinions. Appropriate conduct will provide a smooth meeting flow, allowing the RAC to listen, digest, and address all concerns, opinions, and proposals offered for consideration. Rude comments, booing, yelling, hooting, or snickering from the audience while individual comments are being offered will not be tolerated. If inappropriate behavior persists, the offender may be asked to leave the meeting. Welcome, RAC members. Let's go around the horn real quick and give introductions. Josh, do you want to lead us off?
Joshua Leonard, Sportsman's Rep.
Eric Reed, BLM.
Ken Strong, Sportsman's Rep.
As I mentioned, Ben Louder, public at large.
Dan Potts, non-consumptive. Well, I consume everything. That's the problem.
Jim Schuler, non-consumptive.
Mike Christensen at large.
All right, also online, we've got Scott online, and I know Brock was going to try to make it online. Do we have him online, or is he is not online? Okay. Braden, is Braden online? Braden's not online. He told me he would be initially, but he said he'll be a little bit late to the meeting, but he will be here, so we expect to see him. Yep, I'm getting there. We're expecting Amos to be late as well, but should be online later. Welcome to DWR staff that is here. Thank you all for being here. Specifically, we've got Dax Mangus, Big Game Coordinator, is going to be giving, I think, most of our presentations tonight, all of the big game stuff. Also, he's going to be covering for Rusty on the once-in-a-lifetime species agenda item. Also, we have Chad Wilson here. Is that accurate? Chad is? Okay, Chad will be here. Private Lands and Public Wildlife Coordinator. And covering for Derek, we've got Gabe Patterson, Conservation Officer, who's going to be presenting our Technology Committee recommendations. I want to recognize Gary Nilsson from the Wildlife Board. He's with us online tonight. Do we have any other board members online? I'm not. Braden's online? All right, great. So Braden's online now. We expect him here in person shortly as well. Welcome, Braden. Thanks for joining. All right. Welcome to the public and to those that are watching on YouTube. Those that are attending in person will have the opportunity to provide comments regarding any agenda item. If you wish to make a comment, you must fill out a comment card. Do we have? I don't have any to show you. You guys know what they look like, right? The yellow cards out here on the table. If you want to comment, fill out a comment card, put the agenda number for the agenda item you want to address, and bring it up to the RAC. You can just bring it to one of the guys on the ends of the tables, and they'll pass it around. The public that are watching on YouTube will not be able to provide live comments during the meeting. However, the presentations were provided for viewing online, and the public was able to provide comments to the RAC members for this RAC meeting. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our agenda. First thing on the agenda is I'm looking for an approval of the agenda and past minutes. Motion?
Yeah, make a motion.
Yep.
Second.
And second. Any discussion, questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor? And I'll come back to the online. Any opposed? None opposed. Online, any opposition online? Is that a fair way to ask that? Okay. All right, seeing none, pass unanimous. All right, next we'll give a brief update from the last Wildlife Board meeting. So there's been 2 Wildlife Board meetings since we last met. I did not attend either of them. Brock attended one of them, but I'll give the best summary I can. I have notes here from the January 3rd meeting. Specifically, this was bears and fur bears. There were a number of motions. Specifically, there was a motion on the Utah Prairie Dog Conservation Strategy and Rule that passed unanimously. On the black bear management plan, as a reminder, black bear, there was a black bear committee, statewide committee last year. Those recommendations were presented to the Wildlife Board and the RACs last December. First motion on that was a motion to remove the mandatory orientation course to apply and instead make it mandatory for those who draw a permit, similar to the archery ethics course. And that should become effective 2024, so next year. And that passed unanimously. Next, there was a motion to remove the barrel allowance and ask the division to work with land agencies. This is specific to the summer baiting season. That passed unanimously. There was a motion to ask Kyle Maynard to work with the division to strengthen the rule language and bring the new language back through the RAC and board process. I'm assuming this is in reference to the prior motion regarding barrels. Do you know if that's accurate?
I think it is, yeah.
Hey, Kevin Albrecht's here. Can you? All right, great. Hey, welcome, and we'd like to acknowledge Kevin Albrecht from the Wildlife Board. Thanks for being here. Okay, great. So that passed unanimously. Let's see. And then the balance of the bear plan was motion to accept, and that passed unanimously. Next, there was a motion to look into a trap fee increase for non-residents in 2024 to be placed on the action log. That passed unanimously. And the last motion, I'm sorry, there's 2 more motions. There was a motion to approve the 2023 fur bear and bobcat season dates as presented. That passed unanimously. And then there was a motion to accept the cougar update as presented, and that passed unanimously. That wraps up the January board meeting. In addition to that, there was a Wildlife Board working session on Tuesday, April 11th. I don't have a lot of details on that, but it was a working session. There was no action items on the agenda. It was recorded. It's available on YouTube for anybody that would like to watch it. Looking at the agenda, there was legislative updates, some committee updates, presentation on statewide mule deer, some presentations on once-in-a-lifetime species, and research updates on those species, a presentation on the use of DWR surveys, and a presentation on Utah Hunt Planner updates. And that's everything from that Wildlife Board working session. All right, next we go to Jason for a regional update.
All right. All right, while Mike's pulling that up, just want to welcome everybody out to the meeting this evening. Appreciate you attending. There's a lot of different topics, a whole bunch of topics to go through tonight, and I know that you've spent a lot of time preparing for this and looking through a lot of the different comments that have come through. Is that going to be able to come up, Mike? Okay. Maybe I'll pull it up here and just kind of dive into it. Let's see. That is not it. Well, I'll go ahead and begin and then have Mike catch up to me in a second. We'll start with our aquatic section on this update tonight. I think over the past several RAC meetings, I've mentioned that we're working on we with many partners are working on a Provo River Delta project, which will restore a delta complex system to the Provo River and into Utah Lake. One of the primary purposes of the project was to help with the June sucker program, provide some spawning habitat and habitat for that. There's many side benefits to the Provo River Delta project for sports fish as well. So it's a great project. And what I wanted to report today is water in early March, water was diverted into the Delta project and has started to fill up the project and run out into Utah Lake. And as I spoke with our aquatics folks today, they're starting to see fish migrate up into that and start to spawn in there, pike and walleye, I think. The project is currently closed to the public. They're still doing some construction work in there. So you're not able to get in there and fish at this point yet, and it'll be closed to the public until next year. But it's going to be a great project. There's still about 10 cubic feet a second moving down the old Provo River, so it's not totally dewatered. And actually that will be filling back up, backfilling into that, and will be a community fishery in the future as well, where the old river came in. So we're really excited about the Delta. It's taken years of planning and years of work on the ground, and we're excited to see where it takes us. We have some creel surveys going on throughout the region. We're doing a creel survey on the Provo River, and that'll last through this year until early 2024. And then in May, we'll be doing a creel survey on the Jordanelle Reservoir. Ice fishing, we had a really cold winter this year, lots of snow, lots of fish being able to get caught through the ice. They wanted me to report Strawberry still has about 40 inches of ice on it, so pretty all right to get up and continue to fish that. But as always, be careful and conscious of what you're doing. And then in contrast, Deer Creek, and I drove by there the other day, it's starting to become ice-free, and actually from about the island up to Charleston is open water, so be very careful out there. We did see quite a few people on paddle boards and different things right on the edge of the ice fishing along there, so I think there's probably still some pretty good success out on Deer Creek Reservoir right now. And then we recently hired a new biologist. His name's Andrew Nagy. He's our new Utah Lake June sucker biologist. We're excited to have him on board. He's come on to us at a great time where we've got the Delta opened up now and bringing a lot of good ideas from some of his schooling and past experiences. So we're excited to have Andrew on. All right, perfect. Thanks, Mike. Next is the wildlife section update. Sage grouse, Lex, I think the theme that is going to be going on tonight is a whole bunch of snow everywhere that you look throughout this last winter. It isn't different for most of our wildlife, and we're starting our sage grouse Lex at this point. Somewhat difficult to get into some of those, lots of snow and mud in many of those areas, so it's a bit challenging for our biologists, but we'll start working through those counts. Nuisance wildlife, we have seen a lot of animals in a lot of different areas than we've ever seen them before, at least in many of our biologists' remembrance across the Wasatch Front here. I was looking at some data, and a lot of our flooding comparisons are made back into 1982 and 1983 when we had a whole bunch of snow and then a really quick warm up. If we compared the population of Utah back to that point, I think we had about 1.3 million, and now we're about 3.3 million people 40 years later. And it's had an effect on the availability of habitat as these animals move out of the mountains trying to get out of the snow and find some food. So it's been challenging. Lots of elk and moose have been moving down into neighborhoods. The snow was so deep up some of the canyons that on some of the groomed trails, the moose wouldn't get off of the groomed trails because they didn't want to get brisket deep into the snow. So it was challenging to try to get those wildlife where they needed to be and people where they needed to be as well. A lot of turkey trapping and translocation going on throughout the region as well, and that stopped last week or the week before. Probably the biggest thing that our staff has been working through is roadkill and dead wildlife throughout the region. It has been a brutal year. We have somewhat of a small staff that typically deals with these types of calls, and I did a little number crunching. The last 3 years on average, our November through April calls, we have a call list that people call in on. We put their names down and then we respond and remove wildlife or make sure public safety is taken care of there. April through November, the last 3 years, we averaged about almost 1,400 calls. This year we're we have had 4,432 calls. And April's not over. As I was putting this information together, we had 600 calls this month already. And after I got done with this slide, it was about 640. So just in that couple hours, it's just incredible. Our staff has been really working hard to try to get out to all those calls and manage all the wildlife. You probably saw online or on the news that there's elk on a golf course in Salt Lake that have been quite a challenge that we're trying to work through, and we made a big push on those. And we'll still continue to be working through these wildlife issues, but I just want to send a shout out and thanks to our staff that have been working and our partners that have been helping us try to work through all of these wildlife issues that we have. Finally, with wildlife section, we have a new conservation biologist. His name's Sean Plottis. We're excited to have him on. He's worked with the division in several capacities as a seasonal in the northern, the central, and the southern region in the past. He went out and earned a master's degree and has come back, and we've hired him on here. We're excited to have Sean with us. In our habitat section, because of the weather, we had quite a few delayed projects from last fall, and we're starting to get those back up and going again with the snow starting to melt away. Focusing some of our bigger efforts in Parley's Canyon, on the Stansberries, and 12 Mile Canyon. That includes seeding some shrubs and planting sagebrush seedlings. And then also, amongst all of that, we have 25 projects that will be considered for funding for next fall and next year through the Watershed Restoration Initiative. So we're excited about getting some of those projects online. Outreach section. It's the annual announcing of our Salem Pond fishing event for kids with special needs. I don't know how many years this is, 25 or more years, 30 years maybe. Ken would probably know.
It's got to be pushing 26, 27.
Yeah.
I think it started about 1989, 90, I thought.
It started at Pace Lights.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. Well said, Scott. And it's been a great event. Kids throughout the entire valley, kids with special needs throughout the entire valley come to Salem Pond, and we provide them a fishing opportunity to catch a fish and just to be out at a park and play around all day long. We have typically over 1,500 kids participate in that. And as you can imagine, that takes a ton of collaborators with that, and too many to put on here, but this certainly is not something that we could do without all of those people helping us out. So we're excited for that event again this year. An event, I think this is the second year that that we kind of resurrected it, is the Cops and Bobbers fishing event. It's an event that's being held up at Vivian Park in Provo Canyon. And this is in cooperation with Provo City Police Department. And so we send law enforcement officers out with some fourth grade kids from local schools. And I think that probably those kids are teaching our officers how to catch fish the easiest way. But it gives them an opportunity to interact with law enforcement and help those kids out as well. And also wanted to mention, now's the time to apply for dedicated hunter program. That's run through our outreach section. And of course, that's through the big game draw, which is underway until April 27th. Our law enforcement section, I need to send a shout out to our law enforcement section as well. I mentioned, our wildlife section has been really buried with all these nuisance and depredation issues. But right along with those guys responding, law enforcement section has really done a tremendous job. They have a lot of other things that they should be doing, and I've listed some of those here and could be doing. But whenever we've called out for help in the wildlife and the depredation and nuisance, they've always been willing to show up, and appreciate their help. They've put in a ton of hours to help with all that. One of the things that's out there is our shed antler patrols. In our region, they've spent a little over 1,800 hours on patrols, made 1,448 contacts, and with 120 violations associated with those. Not all those violations are shed antler violations, but there are other things that come up as they make those contacts as well. So a ton of effort there as well. So appreciate that work. Several weeks ago, with the snows that we had and the stress and wildlife losses that we've been seeing in some of our low elevations, we decided to extend some of the closures on our WMAs. We have 12 WMAs in the central region that we've extended those closures. We made sure to align those closures with the shed antler closure. And the primary purpose is to protect the winter deer and other wildlife on there. They're running really low on resources, and every time they get spooked or chased or moved, they spend resources that could have been spent on trying to stay alive. So we thought it was really important to close some of those. Those will open back up on May 1st, which aligns with the shed antler closure, like I said. And then in the region, we have a new conservation officer. His name's Mark Shepard. He's still going through some of his training, but for the next year, he'll be assigned on our Lake Mountain district. And that district is across Utah Lake on Lake Mountain and then south east of Utah Lake. So we're excited to have Mark on and look forward to having him into the Central Region family. With that, just thank you, and that's all I have, unless there's any questions from the region or from the RAC. Ken.
I just want to say on that Youth Fishing Day that we also have Fresh Market has been involved in feeding all of the kids, and Pepsi's been involved in furnishing them all something to drink. And I think that's great. They've done it for years.
Thanks for adding that, Ken. And it's a great collaborative effort. And like I said, it wouldn't happen without everybody being able to come together and put that together. So, and Ken has been there probably all those years, I suspect, but he's a big supporter of that event as well. So thanks, Ken. With that, I'll turn the time back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Jason. All right, we've got a lengthy agenda tonight, so let's get to it. We're on to our first action item, deer permit recommendations for 2023. agenda item number 5. As a reminder, no presentations will be given tonight. They were available online to watch beforehand. I hope that all of our RAC members have done so. Dax Mangus was the presenter in the video for this agenda item. He's here with us tonight, and we will start with questions from the RAC first, correct?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know if Dax can add anything.
Oh, yeah, good call. Dax, is there anything you want to address before we start bombarding you with questions?
It looks like Scott may have a question on there as well.
Yep.
Yes, yeah. I guess just one thing, this is a little bit of an unusual recommendation in that this winter has been kind of definitely outside the norm from anything we've experienced in a long time. Typically by this time of year, we have a pretty good idea of where we're at with survival on fawns and on adult deer. This year, things are behind where they typically are at this point in time. And because it's been such an extreme year and things are we're slow to turn the corner into spring here. One of the things that we're doing is we've committed that all the biologists will sit down and look at the recommendations again before the board meeting on May 4th. And if, the biologists took into account where we were at and anticipated losses, and I think on a few units, the actual losses will be beyond what we had anticipated. And so it's kind of weird because we're asking you guys, we did have to put a number down and start moving through the public process. And just even in the 3 weeks since we did that, I think some things have changed on a couple units. And so we just want to make sure we're not trying to pull a fast one and ask you to approve numbers and then we're going to hurry and change it before the board. But our commitment is, it's not that we're married to a specific number. We're committed to trying to manage to the objectives in the plan. And those survival rates are part of what we take into account when we make the recommendation. And so that's what we're asking is, if you see some things that jump out at you or have some concerns, I guess just know that the biologists are planning to meet, sit down, and see where actual survival is at the end of the month before we go to the board meeting on the 4th. So.
Dax, thanks for that update. That actually leads into one of my questions I wanted to ask you. So let's dig into that for a minute if we can. So Brock has shared some information with me about some survival rates in various areas across the state. And from what he shared with me, they're much higher at this point than probably we had anticipated in several units. And so he has a concern, and I share the concern with him, like, are we actually leaving some opportunity on the table that maybe we shouldn't be? And so my question to you is, when you reevaluate those survival rates and numbers for the board meeting, will that be will you address that both ways? Like if we find that there's units where the survival rates are much higher than we had anticipated when we forecasted for these recommendations, could we see an increase on some units?
Yeah, I think we'll look at that. The focus has been more on units where we underestimated survival, but that's fair, that's true. I think some of the units like the Pine Valley, some of the units down south are probably going to exceed what we had anticipated on survival. But right now, most of our discussion and most of our focus has been on those units where we've seen a winter loss that was, really severe.
Yeah, and that's a fair concern. I'm glad you guys are addressing that. I'll leave my comments for the comment period, but anyway. All right, I think we saw a question from Scott online. Is that correct? Scott, did you have a question? Is it an issue on his end or our end? Scott, there seems to be an audio issue on your end. We cannot hear you. All right, while he tries to get that worked out, let's question over here.
Dax, I thought your presentations were outstanding. Clear, concise, thorough. You hit it all. I just think you did a great job and you had a lot of responsibility. My question is, how do you or the division plan to communicate any potential changes, higher or lower, for all these people that had such significant concerns? How will they know that you really did do that and made the changes? How will that communication take place to our constituency?
So the plan would be at this point, when we go to the board meeting on May 4th, we would open this agenda item with an update of where, of modifications that we're proposing to the original recommendation.
And in addition to the meeting, can it go out somehow on a website or something so the entire state gets it?
Yeah, I think we can do that. We can try to get something put out on the webpage, maybe even the day before, because we're going to meet a couple days before, get the most recent information and put that out there. I think we can make that commitment. Yeah. Because it is kind of uncharted territory, and I don't want anyone to feel like we're trying to change the recommendation at the last minute in a vacuum. We just want to be as open as we can be with it, and we're also in the middle of an evolving situation. We want to make the best recommendation we can.
All right, Scott, go ahead and give us another try.
Yeah, how about now? Am I coming through now?
It's still a little soft, but we can hear you better.
Dang. Okay. I just want to say kudos to Dax for the presentations. The quality of the information was spectacular, so thank you there. I'm probably going to get some phone calls from my non-resident friends for asking that, but I'm curious about our rounding, our allocation of resident to non-resident tags for limited entry and premium limited entry units. I think typically we've rounded 5 and up to add a non-resident tag. It looks like we're rounding as low as 3 and 4 now. And overall, we've got 344 resident tags to 41 non-resident tags. So, I mean, numbers are small here. It's not that big of a deal. Maybe not important enough for tonight's discussion, but I'm just trying to find a consistency here in our approach.
Yeah, so that's a good question. We do typically try, the goal is 10%, that we give 10% of the, that's what we aim for. With rounding, once we get to 5 permits, typically we give 1 to a non-resident and the remainder to residents. One of the things that's a little bit tricky here is we have to decide in November if we're going to give a non-resident permit on a unit or not, because we have to get everything ready to go for the draw. The draw is open right now. And so our biologists take a look at that. They make their best guess based on where things have been in the past and where they anticipate they'll be in the future. And sometimes we anticipate that we'll be giving additional, maybe more permits. And we have to make that recommendation in mid-October. Usually the hunts are just barely getting started so that it can go through the November board cycle. And we miss the mark on those occasionally where we figured we'd be giving a non-resident permit. And once we've made the commitment that we're going to offer a non-resident permit, we give at least 1 non-resident permit. So sometimes you'll see a 3-in-1 or a 2-in-1, and it's on a unit where we thought we'd have more than 5, and we ended up not. So that does happen occasionally.
Braden.
Once again, apologize for being late. I came from Monticello, so I was gunning it to get back. I made it just in time. 2 questions. One, is there a part of the state where you're seeing higher die-offs? Is there kind of could you say like, hey, Highway 6 North, so let's start with that. Is there kind of a portion of the state where you're just seeing higher die-offs?
Yeah, yep. I talked about in the board work session that we did on Tuesday, I think if I was going to sum up deer and what we've seen with deer this winter, we've kind of got the good, the bad, and the ugly. So the good is probably stuff south of, maybe Highway 40 even, stuff south of Highway 40 looks pretty darn good. Fawn survival, adult doe survival, especially in the far southern units, just off the charts, looks fantastic. The bad is probably what we're seeing with fawn survival kind of in the central and northern portions of the state. We're seeing pretty poor fawn survival, maybe even on the north end of the Manti a little bit. So, that's South 40, but, these Wasatch units. And then the ugly is probably the Wasatch back. So animals that stayed in kind of those higher elevation valleys where it's typically colder. We didn't get as much melt and the snow in between storms. Cache Valley, Bear Lake Valley, anything close to Wyoming, North Slope, the eastern end of the Uinta Basin, and again, Wasatch back, from Wallsburg up through, Morgan and up into the, Ogden Valley. Those are the areas that are probably the ugly, where we saw not only pretty crummy fawn survival, but we saw, especially in a few pockets, we even saw really poor adult doe survival. So
That was my second question. Is it adults or fawns? So.
yeah.
So I really appreciated the presentation, and I liked what you presented in the board working session. I think everybody should go watch that. Really good information. I do have a few questions. In the survivability table, the Wasatch and the Manti are lumped into one. And I know that I keep hearing from, the BYU biologists are doing the survivability studies and the division biologists that kind of that Highway 6 is kind of the cutoff. So in that Wasatch Manti combined survivability area, how is that divided out? Like is the Manti, because we're only at about in the low 80% on adult survival. But if the Manti is at 90, does that mean the Wasatch is at 70? How is that kind of breaking out?
Yeah, and I was on the phone today with Dr. Randy Larson at BYU and have been talking with the folks in the region a little bit. And we may need to start separating those and looking at them separately and moving on. But we're seeing a pretty similar, so on the Wasatch, the Wallsburg area, like on the Wasatch back, looks pretty horrible. It's pretty abysmal. But the other deer that we have collared, Diamond Fork, Sheep Creek, and the stuff on the Manti, we're looking at adult doe survival in the upper 70s, low 80s, fawn survival in the 40s. So not fantastic, but also not, catastrophic either. So that's what we're looking at. They're pretty similar, but I think that's one moving forward that maybe we're going to start teasing those apart. It's a trade-off of having a big enough sample size to be able to make a powerful inference of what the data is telling you, and also spreading yourself so thin that everything washes out and the average doesn't mean anything. So it's one we've been talking about and looking at.
Okay, appreciate that, guys. I personally think that would be a good route to go. The other question I had is on the cache. Looks like you're cutting 25% of the tags, and on the Wasatch, which pockets have had catastrophic loss, we're cutting 3% of the tags, which is in like the margin of error. So what's the disparity there? I'm having a hard time wrapping, like you're in the central region and we usually are pretty liberal on giving tags. So I think if we cut some tags and protected that herd a little bit, I think we could get them back quickly. But what's the rationale there to go from, some of those northern units that have had catastrophic losses, cutting them heavy, but the Wasatch cutting it within like the margin of error of 3%?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And a lot of that has to do with, what I mentioned earlier, kind of where we anticipated we'd see more loss. And the cache has kind of a history, that Cache Valley Basin, which, can get really cold and snow can really accumulate there. And I think we had some assumptions that we would see worse survival on the cache than maybe where we're actually at. And I think on the cache, we thought perhaps it was going to be a little worse than we had anticipated. And I think on the Wasatch, we had anticipated maybe be a little bit better than where we're actually at. And part of that too goes back to body condition on our deer in the fall. That's I think explains some of those differences in survival. Deer on the cache, when we caught them in December and handled them, were actually in really good shape. Deer on some of these units, like the Morgan South Ridge and some of the stuff on the Wasatch Bat, the deer were not in as good a shape. And so, when the biologists make the recommendations, what they're doing is they're taking into account, historic survival trends and kind of looking at where are we plotting this year compared to other similar years. And, based on the history of the units, I think we maybe underestimated where we'd be on the Wasatch.
Okay, I like that answer. So there might be some wiggle room on what you can do with permit numbers, possibly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say, what happened, the percentage of that deer population that winters, in Heber Valley and Wallsburg is probably not as high as the percentage of the population that winters, more to the west or more to the south or further back to the east too. And
Yep.
so it is a little tricky when you see isolated pockets where something looks really extreme, and to try to tease out how much that affected the whole unit versus maybe some smaller, more specific areas.
The buck to doe ratio on the Oak Creeks, I couldn't find that in our packet. Do you have that?
Let me
Because I know
see
that
here.
that's a topic that's going to come up.
Was that not in the RAC packet?
It might have been, but I'm lazy.
Let me see if I can find it here.
I thought I looked and I couldn't.
It might not have been in here. Might have to do a little digging to find it right this minute. It was, on our limited entry units, it's 25 to 35 bucks per 100 does.
Yeah.
I don't know, any of my division friends help me out at all here, dig up the data? I try to be prepared, but I miss sometimes.
It would have been nice of me to give you a heads up before the meeting. but,
Oh, you're good. That probably should be in the RAC. I know we have all the general season buck to doe ratios in there. So.
Yeah. And when was that unit increased in size? Because it used to just be the national forest, and then it was increased to encompass all the BLM and private lands, to the highways. Was that like 4 or 5 years ago? Would you say? Do you know?
Your guess is as good as mine, probably on
Okay.
that one.
Feels like it was that long ago.
Yeah.
Long enough to grow trophy mule deer bucks from fawns to. Okay. And then another question I have is on those 3 units in northern Utah that were split out. Did the division give consideration to give out private land only tags to kind of force hunting onto private lands and not put so much pressure on the public lands, which are really limited in those units?
Yeah, so those units are pretty unique. There's a limited amount of public land on them. A lot of the buck hunting that happens on the private land happens on CWMUs. And on the CWMUs, they typically tend to go for a more restrictive harvest strategy, manage for, higher buck to doe ratios, older age class bucks. And on a lot of our units that have good accessible public lands, we will try really hard to manage to our buck to doe ratio objectives, whether it's for general season, whether it's 18 to 20 or 15 to 17. And on some of those units that are predominantly private land, we can't harvest enough bucks on the public to manage the whole unit to the objective. So typically the recommendations on those units end up being something of a trade-off that's sustainable biologically, but also can be publicly supported. The public land on those units typically is pretty crowded. And unless landowners decide they want to harvest more bucks on their lands, there's not a whole lot we can do.
But that kind of leads to my point, because if the I'm just trying to work this out. I'm not trying to comment, but
You can do it.
Gotta be
It's all
careful
right.
here.
He's watched enough Jeopardy. He can
yeah,
form his
yeah.
comment as a question. So.
But that leads to my point. Like if our the public lands are kind of hunted hard,
Yeah, they are.
and we're harboring a lot of bucks on private lands, many of which are CWMUs, but not all. It would be nice would it be possible and palatable for the division to force some of that hunting pressure onto those private lands?
Yeah, so I know some states have like a private lands only buck permits, like Colorado I'm familiar with. I think that sounds like a good strategy to look at next year when the statewide deer plan comes up for review.
All right.
Anybody have any Oak Creek information for me? Thank you. I'm drowned in here.
So this year, the average is 43, 3-year average is 40.
Okay, 3-year average is 40. This last year was 43. It's 25 to 35 is the range we manage for.
Okay, so just so I understand, the current buck to doe ratio is 43 and the 3-year average is 40.
And we're proposing an increase of 11 permits.
Yeah.
It's a pretty small deer population
Uh,
relative to the Wasatch.
relative to the Wasatch, except for all the ones that died in Wellsburg.
All right. Danny, you had a question, right? No. Okay. Any other questions from the RAC? All right, we'll go to the questions from the public. If you have a question for Dax, come up to this microphone here. At this point, we're just taking questions on the particular agenda item, not comments yet. Any questions from the public? Thanks, Scott, and state your name when you step up to the mic. All right, seeing none, let's move to, we're not on to comment cards yet. We are on to the, Jason's going to summarize the public comments for us.
All right, thank you. So on the question of which describes your position regarding the buck deer permit recommendations for 2023, we had 31 comments online that came in. We had 13% that strongly agreed, 16% that somewhat agreed, 7% that were neutral, 19% that somewhat disagreed, and 45% that strongly disagreed. The weighted average for that was 2.3, which is trending towards the somewhat disagree on that. Oh, and let me, some of the trends that I saw in there, there was discussion about all of many of the units that they thought they didn't agree with the increases on the Manti, the Nebo, and the Oker Stansberry, and they wanted larger cuts on the Wasatch West. There were comments that I think you saw in there that we should be cutting tags in all areas throughout the state. On the Vernon, they didn't agree with the increase on the Vernon either. And that was kind of, the general concerns were about the harsh winter conditions and the mortality of the deer.
The one other theme I saw in there is several people seem to think that Dax's paycheck is directly related to the number of deer tags. That's correct, right?
No. It's not about the money. We're trying to make the best recommendation for the resource. I can honestly tell you, I've worked for the division for 18 years now, and I have never once been told, go sit down and come up with the recommendations, from a wildlife technician to a biologist to a manager to the big game coordinator. I have never once been told, go sit down and come up with some recommendations that are going to make us some money. I have never been told that. Money's a reality. It takes money to manage wildlife, and I've never been told that. So that's a conspiracy that'll never die, but it's out there.
Thanks for that, Dax. All right, we are now on to the public comment period. I don't see any comment cards here yet. Is Troy the only person that's going to comment on this? We got more. All right, if you want to make a comment, get yourself one of these yellow comment cards, fill it out, put the agenda item. We are on item number 5. Bring it up to the table and pass it around here. Comments tonight will be limited to 3 minutes for individuals, 5 minutes for those representing an organization. First up is Troy.
Troy Justinson, Sports, Fish, and Wildlife. Ben, just one notice on there, and I saved you some paper, and I put all the different.
I just noticed
agenda
that.
items
Thank you.
on
That's
one there and,
yeah, adhering to the.
Now, we support the division's recommendations with the following exceptions. On the Manti, the divisions recommend an 8,200. Our committees come up with a number of 8,000. The other has to do with the Oak Creeks, which we just talked about. The division's recommendation is for 11. We're recommending 5. And the reason behind that, in all reality, that is our premium limited at your deer. It falls in. It's not listed as a premium, but our hopes is when the deer committee convenes that they will adopt that, and that we'll be able to issue the increase in tags and data management numbers to help protect that quality that's on that unit. So thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Next up is Dave. I don't know if I'm going to say your last name right. Fries?
It's Bryce. Thanks, Ben. How many committees have we been on together?
What's that?
Dave Fries with the CWMU Association. We agree also with the division's recommendation. We are keenly aware of the winter impact, especially in the units in northern Utah. We've been pretty proactive in reaching out to members of our association just to see what we can do in a spirit of fairness and cooperation. So there are CWMUs all over that northern part of the state that are so affected that are going to be limiting their tags, just self-regulating that and in a pretty significant way. But we applaud the division for what they've done in feeding the deer. We've had a pretty significant program in feeding deer on all those ranches up in that area to the tune of, I think, $200,000 of winter feeding taking place. So we're trying to do our part. We support the division's recommendation and appreciate the division and all those partners that we have in the division, especially Chad and Covey and some of those that are working closely with us. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Lonnie Rasmussen.
I'm Lonnie Rasmussen, and I'm with Youth Hunters Voice. We're a fairly new nonprofit organization that our goal is to try and facilitate being a voice for youth hunters who don't have one or don't know that they need one. And so we don't have any specific recommendations probably for this meeting, but I wanted to at least quickly introduce ourselves. We will be participating in and being involved in as many of the board and RAC meetings as possible. But our goal and our hope is that we can get to the point where we can earmark tags for youth hunters and give them opportunities to get involved in the hunting industry and try and help keep our sport alive. And so again, nothing specific as far as the allocation or the tag numbers, but as far as allocations, we'll definitely be involved in as many of the RAC meetings as possible throughout the state going forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, that's it. That surprises me we didn't have more. All right, on to RAC discussion. Danny.
Yeah, Dax, so I was going to ask a question earlier, but I realized that it was just going to be a comment. I just wanted to support what Mike was saying. You know, the area where I've typically killed so many deer, oh my God, has been on the Wasatch Back. And the last time we had a winter just like this one, pretty much, we experienced, I think the estimate was 35% drop in the entire herd because of the fawns and the does primarily. I'm not too concerned about the bucks on the Wasatch Back because there's enough areas that they can kind of make it in the deep snow, you know, but I do agree that those animals went into the winter in not such great shape. And so I did put an animal down on the last day of the hunt. I think it had a fork on one side, but it might be the youngest deer I've ever killed. But in hindsight, I thought that was kind of a good idea. So anyway, I'm concerned with that area, and it's probably more than any of the other areas in the state.
Thanks, Danny. Mike?
So I'm going to start with Oak Creek. The Oak Creek's a unit I'm familiar with before it was so popular as it is now. We increased the size of that unit tremendously, and we protected those deer that used to come off the forest and down into the BLM and the private lands. There's an opportunity to hunt deer there. That unit burned, and right now it's in the peak of its growth. And so let's hunt deer. And so I would be, my thought is that we go with the division's recommendation, and come what may, down the road with, however many years that is to change it. On the Wasatch, I think a 3% cut isn't sufficient. I would like to see something in the 10 to 15% range, but I'm not a biologist, don't have the numbers, and I'm not, really comfortable maybe recommending that. Maybe we should be.
I mean, Mike, we're in the central region. Those biologists
Yeah.
are here, I'm assuming. If you want to dig into that, I'd say let's ask some questions.
Yeah.
Can we
Is Dale here?
discuss?
I know
Yeah.
he likes to talk at the microphone. It's one of his favorite things to
Yeah,
do.
Dell's here. I'm curious on our caller data, what we're seeing. How recent of information do we have?
So the information I had that I presented at the board work session was as of Tuesday morning. So what's today? Thursday. So it's a couple days old. So yeah, it's been a whirlwind week, but that was as of Tuesday morning. But yeah, Dale's here and he can talk to it a little bit.
Yeah, so, I mean, it feels like that cut's not sufficient, and that's kind of what's been expressed there too. You know, we were thinking it was going to be a little bit different, and now maybe it's a little harder. I mean, what is there a permit cut that you would recommend that's more sufficient than 3%, or what do you think?
Well, to start off with, winter's not over yet.
Mhm.
And we're going to review all the data right before it goes to the board, and there might be some additional cuts coming. But the Wasatch Back got hit the hardest than the southern part of and the western part of the unit. But if you look at Heber Valley up through Park City, you know, kind of down into Wallsburg, there's really not a whole lot of public access. We got several CWMUs. We got a lot of private property, and those deer are not available to the public, most of them. And so for me to make a big cut, we're just looking at the Wasatch Back and not the whole unit. So what I looked at what is the pressure on the Wasatch Back, and just through my experience. And then that's where I came up with, you know, the 300. But we also cut 300 permits last year because of the drought. So the Wasatch has taken a 600 permit cut in the last 2 years.
Okay, I guess I'd probably disagree with the premise that those deer aren't available to hunt. You know, that those deer migrate down off of the backside of Temp and all the, you know, all that high country above Midway and even on that Heber Valley and all the, you know, you know, you got the Wallsburg ridges that run out there. I mean, there's those deer migrate in. There's a lot of deer that are hunted by the public there. So, I personally would like to see some kind of a more significant cut, and it might just be a 1-year type thing. And then, you know, next year we have good fawn survival. And so we know we're going to have a lot of, you know, yearling bucks coming into the population. We can raise it back up, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that. And the last thing is, on the Nebo, I've had a bunch of people talk to me about the Nebo that are very concerned with the permit increase. What's the rationale behind that?
Wes, do you want to come up and talk about?
Sure. So I guess one more time, your direct question.
The rationale behind the 400 increase on the Nebo?
So our buck to doe ratio, we manage the Nebo at 15 to 17. We're at the last 2 years have been at 21, 3-year average at 18. Managing according to the plan, we're increasing permits off of that. With that said, I took into consideration. So we're starting a big study on the Nebo this year, looking at neonate survival. The Nebo has not been a standard survival unit that we monitor. So the fawn survival, a lot of that has came off the Wasatch Manti side. And as we said, Dax mentioned, the North Manti has definitely been hit a little harder with especially fawn survival. That was something that I anticipated in that recommendation. Certainly could have went higher without taking that into account. So honestly, being conservative with the numbers we have off the data that we have at the time.
Perfect. And was there a biologist change from the 12.5 count to the 21 count?
I took over in 2021, yes.
So there was a biologist change there.
And I think it's worth pointing out that when it was 12 and a half, when we went through this process, the RAC process, it was a difficult year to classify. And we made the clarification at that time that we did not believe that that was an accurate 12 and a half was lower than it should be.
Yeah, I actually remember that. So thanks. Thank you.
Mike, I got a text from Kevin Bunnell in Southern Region. 2015 is when we changed the boundary on the Oak Creek. So, you know you're getting old when you think it was 2 or 3 years ago and it was 8 years ago.
Yeah,
That happens
yeah, I
to
thought it
me
was
all the time,
5,
too.
so maybe I'm not that old, but no. So those bucks are 8 years old. Man, we should be killing. We should be killing more of them, shouldn't we? Point creep. We got to take care of point creep.
You know, I think the Oak Creek, the Nebo, a lot of these units, like you mentioned, you get a big fire on a unit, especially in summer range, and you definitely see kind of an awesome period of production and the population grows. You see big bucks. I think we're starting into that we're into that on the Nebo. We're definitely into that on the Oak Creek, and enjoy it because we had those periods in the Book Cliffs and the Henry Mountains too. And I think we're done there. I think the flush that you got from those big burns in the early 2000s in the Henry Mountains and the Book Cliffs has lived its life. So enjoy it while you have it. We probably ought to move our limited entry units to wherever we recently had a big burn.
Yeah, Dax, in the presentation, I think you made a comment, something to the effect of hunt them while you got them. And we received an email, somebody commented on that, like, felt like you were saying that we're just going to lose our deer, and so we might as well hunt them now. You want to clarify that?
Yeah, so I saw that as well. So a friend of mine that I sat with on a deer committee with before, and maybe I didn't explain it good. I like to joke around a little bit, and I'm a little bit light sometimes. And I hope you don't think I don't take this seriously, even though I do like to joke around. But I do take this seriously. And the idea there is that I'm not saying let's hurry and hunt deer before the species is wiped out. What I'm saying is you can't save bucks forever. You know, it is irresponsible to try to manage for 8-year-old bucks on a unit somewhere, because just natural mortality that you're going to have every single year, you'll lose so many before they get to that point. You've got to enjoy the resource while you've got it. If we try to be too conservative on it, it's just, there's so many people that could enjoy that opportunity. That's what I was trying to get out there. I was not trying to say, let's enjoy hunting deer before the species is wiped out. So.
Yeah, I understood what you're saying. I appreciate the clarification for the public. Okay, Scott, we'll come to you in just a minute. Josh has been waiting. Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, just to echo Dax's sentiment, I was encouraged by both the deer and the elk recommendations, because I thought they would be lower. And I thought, you know, we've been hearing for years that we're leaving resource on the table. And if you look at the past elk management plan, they just adjusted the age class on a number of units to be more reflective of what we're actually seeing on the landscape. The same was true with the deer management plan when that was passed 3-4 years ago. The buck to doe ratio was adjusted on a lot of units to reflect what's actually occurring on the landscape. And so I think I'll have a different comment when it comes to the antlerless portion, because a lot of the feedback that we did get, and I think we got more public feedback on this round of recommendations than I can remember in several years. You know, there's the doom and gloomers, and that was a phrase that I got out of one of the comments that say we should close hunting for 4 to 5 years and let the herds rebound. And my attitude is, if we've been leaving resource on the table, let's hunt it. Like as Dale said, if there's a bunch of deer that were already going to die on private land in that particular area, if we reduce even more, we're reducing public opportunity for tags in those units. And so I'm prepared to accept the recommendations as presented.
Thanks, Josh. Scott, let's go to you for your comment.
Yeah, I'm really comfortable with the process that's in place relative to deer. I think we've got great data that's coming in now. I really expected the numbers recommended permit numbers to be a little bit lower than what they were just based on the winter. But after listening to the biologists who have a good feel for what's going on and using the data that they have available, I'm totally comfortable with what the numbers that they're proposing. DAX is committed to reviewing that information prior to the board meeting and revising it if pertinent. So I'm comfortable with the recommendations as they are as well.
Thanks, Scott. I would echo that. I think that's largely where I fall too. I think Dax and team did a great job putting these recommendations together. I would encourage you, Dax, when you review these numbers, to review it both ways. If there's places where our survival rates are high here in a couple of weeks when we come to the board, to in my opinion, we shouldn't be afraid to adjust those up. We made that commitment a few years ago to manage more proactively and to our most recent data. So I would encourage you guys to do that. And Mike, I like what you said on the Oak Creek. I think that goes against SFW's recommendation, goes the opposite way, but I think I would err on your side. Let's hunt them while we got them. Mike, did you have a follow-up comment?
Just gonna say Ken had his hand up, so.
Oh, thank you. Kent.
No, I just want to make a comment on the Wasatch West. And up there at the Heber, we did lose a lot of deer. We did lose fawns, but you've also got to consider, and you have that stuff on the collared deer to tell where they're wintering. And I think a lot of those deer go elsewhere to winter. And some stay there on the Wasatch Front in the Heber area, and they have because they've had plenty of food from people's yards. And this year, it was a mistake to stay there. But I think a lot of those deer moved off that unit or moved out of that area and on different places. And I was up there yesterday talking to people and trying to figure out what I knew because I put in for that area. So anyway, they do move quite a bit, don't they, Dax?
Yeah, I really love the GPS collar data we have and being able to see different migration patterns that even exist on the same deer that spend time together on the summer range don't necessarily all go to the same winter ranges. And I think, that Wasatch Back, what we saw there, it was rough. You can't sugarcoat it. You can't, this winter has been a hard winter. And luckily it wasn't as bad in some of the other parts of the states, but that in other parts of the state and really good in some parts. So it's just, I love that we have good data when our biologists classify. They classify all parts of the units. When we put collars out, we try to catch deer that we feel like will be representative of the units. And we still see pockets sometimes that experience something different. And so, we do our best to try to piece that all together and come up with a good recommendation. And we're not perfect. And sometimes things exceed our expectations where we thought that we'd go. And I mean, that's that's what we just try to make recommendations to keep our herds in a biologically healthy place and hope that, they're resilient and maybe we're turning the corner from drought. I hope we don't have a couple more winters just like this one, like they had in the early 80s. I really hope we don't have that. So all of you that are praying for moisture, take it easy a little bit. And yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, go ahead.
Kent.
I just want to say, if I'm correct, that Utah leads the West. They lead the nation probably in collaring animals and keeping track of what's going on. And Utah does that. And Mike, I commend you for doing what you guys do.
Mike?
Yeah, so I am comfortable leaving it up to you. I like how when we started this, you said, the Wasatch has had more mortality than we'd planned on. I mean, right now the Walsburg has a 20% survival rate for adult deer. And I'm going to disagree with you, Ken. There's a reason why we bought the Walsburg WMA right there by Deer Creek. It's because a lot of deer do winter in that valley. A lot of deer come from Camas down. There's a lot of deer that winter there. And so I'm comfortable not recommending any changes to to any of the deer numbers currently, because Dax is committed to relook at those.
All right. I feel like we've had some pretty good discussion here. Are we ready for a motion? Before we get into a motion, just as a reminder, we had, so obviously the DWR recommendations, there was a couple asked from SFW specifically on the Manti and the Oak Creek. If anybody wants to address those, feel free, or
Yeah,
whatever else
Ben,
on the agenda.
I'd make a motion to accept as presented.
So motion by Josh,
No, second.
second by Eric. Discussion. Braden.
Dax, can we get a timeline on when you're going to make that adjusted recommendation? Is that like the night before the board meeting, or like when is it going to be? Do we know? No pressure, no pressure.
Yeah, so we have a meeting scheduled right now with all the biologists on the 25th of this month, on April 25th. And we also have a section meeting the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of May. I think we're going to try to get something figured out that week before the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, because we're going to be all together as a section, and we've got a lot of other things on the agenda that week. But I'd like to, so that's what I'm shooting for, is the end of April.
So Dax, so you'd be able to get something to Faith then, or Jolly, so that she could put it out, because I think that's the critical aspect. I think the division can get wide support if they see that there's a pragmatic effort to make adjustments, and so I'm good with that.
And like I said before, the intent here is not to pull a fast one on you guys. We'll try to get something out by the 1st of the month, and then y'all can look at it. And if you feel like we didn't honor our commitment and make the adjustments you felt like we should have made, please bring those comments to the board meeting. I'm asking you to trust me, but I'm not telling you have to trust me completely. We'll give you the opportunity. If you feel like we didn't do it right, let us know.
And
Thanks,
without
Dex.
an amendment to the motion, I think Ben's comments resonated with me. If there is an opportunity, do we have your verbal commitment that you would try to see it in the upward position also?
Yeah, that's fair. Our commitment is to try to manage to the objectives in the plan. If we manage below that, we're not keeping our commitment. If we're managing way above that, we're not keeping our commitment either. The feedback that we've gotten by and large has been more concerned with things being below. But I think it's fair, and to be consistent, we probably need to look at it both ways.
So is that a amendment to the motion?
I trust it. So I was talking without an amendment. I like it as presented, but you will.
Okay, so no amendment. Okay, all right.
Acting
I
Chair.
think we're probably ready for a vote.
Acting Chair, sorry, we did not get that motion or the clarity, if that needs to be added onto the record, if that could please be repeated.
So the motion was made by Josh to accept the recommendations as presented, seconded by Eric. All right, let's call for a vote. All in favor? Scott, in favor or opposed?
Yeah, I'll just raise my hand online, but in favor.
Okay, passes unanimous. All right, thanks, guys. Next agenda item, item number 6, once-in-a-lifetime permit recommendations. Dax, you're covering for Rusty today. All right, any updates you want to give prior to jumping into questions?
Rusty Robinson is at the Desert Bighorn Council meetings in Texas, so I'm covering for him, and yeah, we can just jump into it.
All right, thanks. Questions from the RAC? Scott, go ahead.
Dax, just curious what this winter holds for mountain goats and moose, 2 species that winter higher than most of our other species.
Yeah, great question. So if you were able to catch Sam Robertson's presentation at the board work session, he talked about moose a little bit. And if there was a species in the state that actually benefits from a deep, long, snowy winter, it's probably moose. The winter tick issue that plagues a lot of our moose is something that this type of a winter can help with. Moose are eating, they're tall, they're long-legged, they deal with the deep snow fairly well. They're eating, twigs and branches above the snow line. So not a lot of concern with moose. Generally in the state, our moose populations, the trend has been downward, not fantastic, and we have made some adjustments on recommended moose permits because of that, general trajectory that we're seeing in moose numbers. But this winter is not necessarily cause for concern with moose. Mountain goats is another one that we've been watching. We don't have a lot of collared goats around the state, but we have a few. It's been pretty interesting. We saw some goats where the collar actually sent us a mortality signal, and we thought that perhaps the goat had died during a stormy period, and then a couple days later, suddenly it started moving around again. I think these goats are pretty well adapted to dealing with deep snow, and when it gets really bad, they hunker down and just chill out to the point where the collars think they're dead until they stand up and start walking around again. So we're not seeing significant winter mortality in moose or mountain goats.
You didn't happen to confirm that that is the case and that it wasn't walking around in like a mountain lion's mouth?
I don't know if we have very many mountain lions hanging out at 10,000 feet,
All right.
20 feet of snow. If there are, it's probably a saber-toothed cat and not a mountain lion.
All right, additional questions from the RAC? Okay, seeing none. Any questions from the public? All right, seeing none. Jason, do you want to give us a summary of our public comments?
Sure do. For the question which describes your position regarding the once-in-a-lifetime permit recommendations for 2023, we had 15 respondents online. 47% strongly agreed, 20% somewhat agreed, 20% were neutral, neither agree nor disagree, 13% somewhat disagreed, and we had 0 that strongly disagreed. The weighted average of those comments was 4.0, which is a smack dab on somewhat agree. Oh, and there were a few comments that were made out there. One of the comments that you saw was splitting the Manti, creating a Manti moose unit and splitting it off of the Nebo Manti, Wasatch Manti unit, or maybe the Manti Nebo unit. Is moose included in the Nebo or Wasatch? Okay, all three of those. Well, the bottom line is they would love to see a Manti moose unit. They didn't like, there was some comments that not like the high allocation of permits for archers. And then there was a comment to eliminate conservation tags and put them into the draw.
Thanks, Jason. I know we have a comment card from Troy. Anybody else or just Troy?
Just Troy.
All right, Troy.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman, Fish, Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations as proposed. We do have a little bit of concern with one of the sheep units on the Dirty Devil. There's a substantial jump in permits. They flew that this year. They did find some sheep in some new areas where our concern was some of the sheep we're normally seeing in the other areas were non-existent. So we're a little nervous about that, but we support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. All right. That is our only comment card on this agenda item. Comments from the RAC. Braden.
Should have been a question, Dak, sorry, but this is actually for my brother, so I'll bring it forward. He had a cow bison tag in January. It was a tough hunt. I think the satisfaction on the Henrys was 38%. The tags last year, I forget what they were, but I think they're jumping up to 20 some tags. So can you just talk about why the satisfaction was so low and then why we're increasing those permits on the Henrys?
Yeah, so, on the Henrys, that bison herd gets a lot of scrutiny. There's a lot of stakeholders that are really interested in where numbers are at. We're coming out of some really bad drought years. The biologists there, it's a balancing act trying to have the correct number of permits in the hunts to where hunters can still get harvest, but if you hunt them too hard and there's too much pressure, we'll have bison that will disperse and get into areas that are inaccessible. The permit numbers, the productivity on the herd is good. The permit numbers that we're recommending are to
keep us where we're committed to be with regard to the objective. And that some of those late hunts are hit and miss. If you look historically at success rates on those, some years they're pretty good, some years they're not as good. And coincidentally, satisfaction rates and success rates are highly correlated. When you look at, we probably don't even need to take both of them, because hunters that are successful are typically pretty satisfied, and hunters that are not are typically pretty unsatisfied. It's a bummer. We want everyone to have a reasonable opportunity, and we recognize some hunts are harder than others, and it is not a guarantee. If you want a guaranteed bison hunt, you can buy one of those, but it's not the same, it's not the same experience you're going to have in the Henry Mountains. I don't mean to seem callous or unsympathetic there, but they're wild, free-ranging bison, and it's the literal Wild West. So.
And for my comment, I do support the recommendation. His hunt, we did see lots of buffalo. We were just lazy and didn't go after them. So.
All right. Real quick, just saw that Brock McMillan joined the meeting. Brock, welcome to the meeting. We are currently on agenda item number 6, once in a lifetime permit recommendations. Currently taking RAC comments. Mike, you look like you're ready for comment.
Well, we hear it every time that the once in a lifetime permits come up that, why are we giving archers their own dedicated pool of permits to draw from when the success rates are comparable to the any weapon tags? And is that kind of been the case with the success rates on on sheep for archery? Do you know?
And I might need some help here. Rusty.
Rusty.
Where's
We'll
Rusty
blame it on
when I need him? I don't know. I'd probably have to do some digging.
I know on the Oak Creek sheep, we were 50% last year.
Was it?
And the Zion sheep,
Was
I think
0.
2 or 3 years ago, was 50% as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, that was just a
Or
public
lower.
comment that came across and I just wanted to, bring that up and address that, because there is a concern there. So if it's a
Sure.
comparable success rate, that probably shouldn't be dedicated to archery tags. But if it is a lower success rate that we can actually move people through that validates that, then I'm fine with
That's
that.
probably a good agenda topic for the November racks when we're, deciding which hunts for what weapon types. Because I know that was the commitment and the rationale there that, if we can extend more opportunity because of a lower success rate, that's what got it started. So.
Yeah, and to that point, I would add, as leader of one of the organizations that was pushing that, along with Troy, our intent there is we wanted these hunts to be hard, to be difficult, and lower success rates so that we could give additional opportunities. And I know we've made some adjustments to try to get them there. Also, just the few number of tags makes it difficult to really tease out those numbers. I think, we can look from year to year, and one year they might be great, but then like last year we're 50% on the Oak Creek sheep. So Dax, do you think we're getting to a point where if we looked at not just a single year, but the history of those, are we starting to have enough data where it would be significant?
I don't want to speculate, but it's probably a good idea to sit down and look at that all collectively and see where we're
I
at.
think that's what we need to do to really make sense of that data rather than on an annual basis, just because of the limited number of tags that look at the entire history of it. That's my opinion.
On the question of the Wasatch and the Manti-Nebo being split on the moose hunt, is there very many moose on the Nebo and Manti, or are they pretty much north?
I'm going to defer to the region on that one.
So that is something that we've kind of long-term goal, even within the division, to potentially split that out. We've had a fair amount of our nuisance moose that we have moved on to the Nebo or the Manti to try to bolster that population. At this point, I don't think we're quite ready for that switch yet. There's still pretty low densities down there.
Thanks, Wes. Any other comments? Mike, you got another one?
I'm just going to move to approve as presented.
Okay, we have a motion from Mike to accept accept as presented. Second by Braden.
I think Scott was second. Sorry, Scott.
Scott, did you have a comment?
Sorry, I was just voting early.
All right. Oh, Brock, go ahead.
Don't have a comment.
No comment?
No comment.
All right. Any comments from here in the room? All right, seeing none, let's call for a vote. All in favor? All right, Scott?
Aye.
Is that an aye from Brock? Okay, Brock's in favor. Scott?
Yes.
All right, passes unanimous. All right, next agenda item, item number 7, elk permit recommendations for 2023. Dax will be working with us on this one again, and questions from the RAC. Josh.
Yeah, I had a question similar to Braden's on deer. Have elk survived better this winter than deer? And is it safe to assume that where deer got hit hard, elk got hit hard equally in those same units? Or, I mean, that's an assumption I would make, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. So can you maybe speak to how they did in comparison with deer, as well as where they were hardest hit across the state?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Generally elk they're hardier than deer. They are not as susceptible to a tough winter and having winter mortality as deer. We don't have as big a sample size with collared elk around the state, but as of Tuesday morning, collared elk survival statewide was 96%. So, it's very high. That being said, we did see really high elk mortality on that Morgan South Rich unit. And that might be due to a combination of factors. That unit's 2,000-3,000 elk above objective. And it was a really cold pocket where I think animals were struggling. That's not widespread across the state. We're not seeing that. I think folks are maybe seeing a few more winter killed elk than you typically expect to see, but not anywhere near the same type of scale or impact that we're seeing with deer. So,
In the Northern Region RAC, was it stated that you had a higher bull elk mortality with the winter kill up there than cow and calf?
that's what they'd seen on the Hennifer Echo WMA. They'd found a lot of dead bulls and I think hardly any dead cows. If I'm remembering what Jayla, the biologist, was saying, they'd found it that up to this point. And they have also not spent a ton of time walking around on the WMA or anything either. A lot of those bulls are ones that folks have observed from the road and stuff too. We're trying to give the animals some space.
Dax, what would you attribute that to? Does that have anything to do with just the males of the species going into winter in worse condition due to rutting activity, or is that something else?
That could be part of it. I don't know if I have a really great answer exactly as to why we're seeing that. I think it's probably a combination of factors, and that could be one of them.
I can answer that.
Yeah, let's have Dale share some insight with us.
Two reasons why you have a little bit of higher mortality on bulls. Number one, they're going into winter, coming out of the rut, so they're not in as great shape. But when we fly, especially the Wasatch, we find the cows like the south and west facing slopes. And the bulls, they like the north and east facing slopes. Why? I can't tell you. But they'll be up in high elevations, belly deep snow. They'll be in the pines. They seem to be happy. But when you get a winter like this one, that strategy that they have to be in those areas doesn't pay off. And so that's why I think you're seeing a lot higher bull mortality, as they're not in great shape, and then they got caught in deeper snow than they usually have wintered in the past.
Yeah, thanks, Dale. That's totally true. I went on a couple of field loads on the elk survey flights on the Manti this year, and we saw bulls at 10,000 feet, and we didn't see big groups of cows and calves at 10,000 feet.
Yeah, I witnessed that very thing with Dale several years ago, flying here on the Wasatch, and we flew up a burned off slope with no elk and crested the ridge and a bull popped up in belly deep snow, like literally under 100 yards from a burnt off slope. Other questions from the RAC? All right, questions from the public? All right, seeing none, Jason, you want to give us a report on the public comments?
Sure. So for this question, for the bull elk permits for 2023, we had 16 comments come in online. We had 50% that strongly agreed, 19% that somewhat agreed, 6% that were neutral, 6% that somewhat disagreed, and then 19% that strongly disagreed. The weighted average was 3.8, so trending strongly towards the somewhat agree category. As far as any trends that I noticed in the comments, a couple of folks said that the permit increases were too high and had concerns about that. There was a comment about the beaver specifically, thinks more tags could be added to the beaver. And there was a comment talking about how they were excited about the ability to offer more permits with the new elk plan in place. And those are the comments that I had, Ben.
Thanks, Jason. All right, I have a comment card from Troy. Troy, you're up. No others, correct? All right, that's the only comment card we have. If anybody else wants to comment, get a card up here and we'll take your comment. Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, Troy Justinson, Sports for Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations as proposed with the one exception, and that is on the youth early hunt. I think there's 500 tags that are recommended by the division. We recommended last night that that be bumped to 250 permits to a total of 750. And the division said too that they thought they probably missed that there is some opportunity to increase opportunity for youth by increasing that. I want to speak a little bit to the archer thing. It's been said a lot that the whole purpose of this was, we allowed it just for the simple fact that it was going to be less success rate. There was another approach to it. Well, this was originally designed specifically for sheep. And one of the big reasons for pushing it is they will settle for a much smaller specimen in sheep. They were killing sheep that were less desirable. And we added mountain goats to it. We added bison. One of the reasons why we are experiencing some perceive as high success rates is we've been too damn compassionate on the season dates we give these people. When we originally proposed this, we wanted to make it tougher, but we decided, nah, it's a little too tough. And so I would hate to see that go away. I'd really like to re-examine it and actually make it tougher and help control the success rate. So thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Okay, I'll lead out on some comments on this agenda item. I was an alternate on the elk plan last year. I, for the most part, really like this new elk plan and the objectives that is set forth. And after seeing the recommendations and the number of tags that we've been able to increase and the distribution of those tags across the various hunts, I really like where we're going with this. So well done to the elk committee. Comments from other RAC members. Mike?
I just appreciated how Dax said that the division was, going to be slow in their approach of adding more tags in. So it's not just like, let's just try to kill them all back down to, that age objective in 1 or 2 years. And I think that's important to state. I think that was well done. And I support what came out of the division's recommendations.
I support SFW's proposal on the youth hunts. I think that's a great idea to increase the youth permits for it's their general any bull units, right? They're just an earlier 1 week hunt for kids. And I think that's a great idea. On the beaver, there's a working group, isn't there? I guess, Dax, isn't there a working group going on right now on the beaver? To look at
with the new statewide elk plan in place, add some new tools, has made some tweaks to the statewide scale. A lot of across the state, I think there's a group of biologists, and Mike Wardle, who's the biologist for the beaver unit, he's putting together a unit committee to look at the unit plan there and look at population numbers and some of the things they're trying to do with elk. So I think if Mike has success with that unit elk plan committee, the updated unit elk plans will come through the RAC and board cycle this November, but that is one that's in the works. And I have to take the opportunity and say, I think we had really good luck with the presentations and getting the elk plan and elk recommendations through, in large part to Dr. Schuler's photos, which I plagiarized heavily for the presentations on those plans.
Great. No, I think the beaver, I think the recommendations are good right now, and maybe we just wait till that plan comes out in the future. For the hunters out there, all the big bulls are on the beaver. Just put in for the beaver. That's what we want to put in.
Dax, while you're standing there, do you want to speak to the ask from SFW on the youth tags?
Yeah, that's one they brought up, and honestly, I think that's maybe one that flew under our radar when we were looking at making hunt recs. We were perhaps so focused on all the limited entry units and the changes there. With the addition of new any bull units, I think there's opportunity to do that, and I don't think the division has any objection to that increase.
Can you remind us the dates on that hunt?
So the dates on that hunt, it's in mid-September. It's pretty much the dates of it starts right after the archery hunt ends. So it's a rut hunt, essentially.
Doesn't it overlap?
It overlaps.
By 3 or 4 days?
It overlaps a few days with the end of the general season any bull archery hunt.
Right, okay.
So, and there has been some concern about that overlap.
Because I think the archery hunt ends on a Wednesday and that youth hunt starts the Saturday before. Is that right?
Yeah, sounds
like
right.
that. All right.
Yeah, because I think there's a 5-day overlap.
Danny.
Yeah, I whimpered about the deer on the Wasatch Back, but quite frankly, I think that any bull mortality there is quite acceptable because, quite frankly, there's just way too many elk in that area, and so I'm not concerned about the elk. And also, any opportunity we can give kids, I'm all over that. So we're good.
Ken?
I just propose that we accept SFW's position on the youth hunt, but that's separate.
Okay, so motion to accept SFW's recommendation to increase the youth bull tags by 250 permits.
I'll second that.
Second by Danny. Any comments or discussion from the RAC? All right, seeing none, let's call for a vote. All in favor? Scott?
Yes.
Brock? Brock dropped off. Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
All right, Brock's back. Okay. Passes.
I drop off. I'm in bad coverage area. Sorry, guys.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay, that passes unanimous.
I make a motion to accept the remainder of the elk recommendations as recommended by the DWR.
All right, motion to accept the balance. Second by Eric.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, let's call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes from Scott. I see a hand up
Yes.
from Brock. Passes unanimous. All right. Moving on to the next agenda item. Number 8, antelope permit recommendations for 2023. Questions from the RAC? Seeing none. Questions from the public? All right, Jason, you want to give us a update on public comments?
Public comments, we had 11 people respond to the question, what best describes your position regarding the buck pronghorn permit recommendations for 2023? We had 64% that strongly agreed, 0 somewhat agreed, 27% were neutral, 0 somewhat disagreed, and 9% strongly disagreed. the weighted average is 4.1, which is on a somewhat agreed scale. The comments were basically happy to see more permits offered, and there were several comments along those lines, and that's what I have to report.
Thanks, Jason. Discussion by the RAC.
There any disease issues in northern Utah with antelope?
So not at this time. We're seeing, there are some disease issues in western Wyoming around Pinedale area. We're aware of that and watching it. Sam Robertson, who's the biologist on the cache unit, which includes that stuff up against the Wyoming line there in Rich County. They had a couple of pronghorn mortalities, and they sent the whole carcasses into the lab for analysis to see. But we don't have any reason to suspect we have any disease issues in pronghorn at this time, but it's something we're keeping an eye on.
Dex, what are the disease issues that pronghorn would experience? Is it CWD or is it something else?
Yeah, so this year in Wyoming, and I'm not a veterinarian, I'm not a disease expert, but they're seeing a mycoplasma disease issue in pronghorn around Pinedale area.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the RAC? All right, ready for motion.
Sorry, one more question, Dax. On the Miton unit, you mentioned, I think in the report that, was it North San Rafael had seen some pretty good winter mortality. Miton's at pretty high elevation. How come that's not seeing the mortality you'd think you'd see? Or is it?
Yeah, I just think that San Rafael Desert is one of the drier regions of the state and seems to be more susceptible to drought. It's an area of the state that doesn't have a ton of wildlife in it, density wise, if you look, especially if you're looking at deer and elk and stuff. Yeah, we're seeing some impacts to pronghorn numbers there that we're not seeing in as strongly in other parts of the state.
I'll make this quick then. There's a question? Darn it, I wanted to get a motion.
I must apologize. Jason's keeping me in line over here. I skipped over the public comment. Troy? Sorry about that, Troy.
You're all right. Troy Justinson, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. Dax, question before I get to where our stance is. The same mycoplasma they're finding in antelope, is it the same strain or whatever we're seeing in our bighorns?
It's a different strain.
Different strain. Because I find that interesting. Even in some of the birds that we released last year, pheasants, they discovered mycoplasma. What the hell, man? Let's get rid of that stuff. Get their sheet back. So, and Sportsman Fish and Wildlife supports the recommendations with the antelope. So you don't have to call me up on the antelope list. We support that recommendation as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy.
So I'll make a motion and move that we accept the DWR's.
Hold up.
Oh,
We
darn it.
gotta.
Later, okay.
Okay.
Man, maybe this motion isn't ready. Should we wait a second? Go ahead.
Who does?
Jason? No, I'm good. Oh, you already did that.
I'll move that we accept the antelope recommendations from the Division of Wildlife Resources as presented.
All right, motion from Braden to accept as presented. Second from Kent. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
I heard a yes from Scott. I see a yes from
Yes.
Brock. Any opposed? Mike, I didn't see a hand from you. Did you vote?
I voted yes.
Okay, passes unanimous. All right, man, you guys are making this too easy tonight.
Well, we know you're not very well seasoned yet, but we still got to get Chad up to the mic.
Every vote so far has been unanimous. This is unlike us. All right, next agenda item, item number 9, antlerless permit recommendations for 2023. Questions from the RAC?
Cow moose. I saw in the presentation that the DWR gave to the board on Tuesday that our population's really stagnant. Why are we given 10 cow moose permits?
So most of the areas, the units where we're giving some cow moose permits, are areas where we have a lot of moose that end up coming into town, and we're relocating them. And so some of it also was probably habitat limitation we were worried about during the drought. We didn't want to be above carrying capacity. And then some of it is dealing with, human health and safety issues with moose on highways and in town and nuisance moose. So we don't give a lot of moose permits. We give a few, and that's why.
Dex, I got a couple questions. On antlerless elk on 2 units, the West Desert, I'm looking at the numbers, population objective is 350, current estimate is 200, so we're 150 animals under objective, and yet we're recommending a total of 200 tags, 100 public tags, 100 private lands only tags. If we're under objective on that unit, why are we offering tags, antlerless tags out there?
Yeah, we'll have Jason Robinson, the district biologist, come up and help us out.
Yep.
So that unit has been under a control hunt for a number of years. It's an area that we're going to look at revising the management plan here with the next cycle. But essentially what we're looking at is not having that control tag available, and then utilize private lands only tags that we've had in the past, as well as draw tags that we've had in the past, which ultimately will end up being about the same harvest that we've been at. And that total number should be about where we want it to be. But again, we're going to look at that as we do a unit revision plan.
Okay, so with the unit revision plan, are you anticipating a reduction in the objective out there? Is that what I'm hearing? Or
Not likely.
Okay.
It's a very large area, and we've seen a change in the vegetation out there through fire and some of those things. And so we're going to look at it on a much broader scale than maybe we have in the past with that current management plan. We're starting to see elk utilize areas that they haven't in the past. And so we're just kind of trying to keep the herd where it is currently as we look forward to doing that revision of the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, really quick while you're there, what's the success rate on that antlerless hunts out there?
The control low is really what it comes down to. Usually around 10%, depending on what hunt you're looking at.
Well, that was what I was going to say is, so a lot of permits, but a low success rate. So we're not really killing as many as it appears we would.
Correct. Yep. We try and keep the harvest about the same.
Would you say that the success rate on those private lands tags is that low as well?
It's low as well. Those elk get hunted pretty hard. It's a very big area. Just finding elk out there is a challenge for most hunters. And yeah, even the private lands. But we do like having that option for the landowners if they have any issues with elk in agricultural areas.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then Dax, same question on the LaSalle unit. Looking at the numbers, we're at population objectives 2,500, current population is 1,900, so we're 600 under objective, and we're recommending between public tags and private lands tags, a total of 820 tags.
Yes, so and I don't know, like, speak to this one specifically exactly, but I know we take into account.
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. I don't know that I can speak exactly specifically to this one, but generally, the biologists take into account success rates. A lot of times our cow hunts are specifically targeted to address conflicts, that can happen on agricultural lands. And it surprises you sometimes, just if sometimes we try to grow up populations slowly rather than all at once. And just with production, we'll have to harvest a pretty substantial, with success survival rates like 95% survival rates that we're seeing on elk, even in a year like this. You've got to harvest some elk just to stay on top of them to keep those populations from getting away from you sometimes. So I don't know that I have a really great specific answer as to the exact rationale behind that hunt there in Los Al's.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the RAC? Josh?
For, the elk and deer populations in the sort of the Salt Lake City County area, on the one hand, you know, we've seen these huge mortality numbers. I mean, the report out of the I-80, I-84 junction, and just watching the news feed, you know, I worry about those populations. On the same time, I always want to see a hunter have access to killing those animals as opposed to a semi or, you know, whatever. And I know you guys have had all kinds of headaches. Have you explored the option of setting up more hams type hunts in that rural urban interface in some of these areas that are experiencing late elk and deer migrations? I mean, is that a conversation you've had? Or it just seems like instead of closing I-80 every other week and trying to run them off, like it seems we could use hunters to kind of do some of the work for us in a win-win type situation, a little more tactically.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And it is something that our biologists try to keep in mind and try to find, you know, we have antlerless elk hunts specifically, we have them for multiple reasons. You know, we have a lot of units where we're butting up against an objective and we've got to get harvest to manage overall population numbers. We also have a lot of places where we have antlerless elk hunts that are designed pretty surgically, pretty specifically to address conflicts on ag or human health and safety issues. And it's interesting you bring up like those elk on I-80. I don't think Sydney even wants me to talk about those, but because those really caused a lot of stress. And our folks really, you know, worry if someone's going to hit an elk on the road and get injured or killed. You know, that's something that is really concerning. And we had a late cow hunt that went till the end of January on the East Canyon unit where those elk were coming down. And, you know, and that some of that harvest probably kept those elk up a little longer than they would have, but we don't hunt cow elk beyond the end of January in Utah. And so, yeah, it's a great question. I think we do try to do that a lot of times in a lot of places. And this winter was so outside the box that despite some pretty creative antlerless hunting strategies, yeah, we still ended up with some situations that were really hard to manage. And I think, you know, after a year like this, probably some of the biologists are going to be getting creative and thinking even farther outside of the box moving forward.
Thanks, Dax. Mike, you got a question?
I just have to, is it possible for the division when they present these kind of numbers to get like the overall herd, like cow-calf ratios, and then the projected increase that we're going to see and why we're going to hunt them at a certain level to bring them back into objective? I think it would benefit. Is that a possibility or is that too detailed?
So we've internally, we've done that in the past. And some of our elk populations model pretty well. Some of our other elk populations are a lot trickier to model and it's harder to figure out. And sometimes we end up at a level of permits that just seems to work kind of through trial and error. And there's a lot of nuance when it comes to success rates. I know we've got a lot of units where we have really high numbers of private lands only permits. And depending on the year, some years hardly any elk get harvested on those permits on those units. And some years, a lot of elk get harvested on those permits on those units. So, you know, we've tried to do that internally. And I think on some units it works and on other units, not as much. And elk are a species that we try to get a physical count, an attempted census from the air every 3 years. And part of the reason we do that is just because we're constantly trying to refine and proof our models and see where we're at. Some model really well, and that probably could work. Some don't. So.
Just one more follow-up question. You prefaced your introduction on the deer recommendations by saying we're going to reconvene prior to the wildlife board meeting and make sure these numbers are right. How confident do you feel? And I guess I'm talking specifically about antlerless deer and elk recommendations. Do you feel in this recommendation as it stands, given the winter we had, I think the overwhelming theme we saw in the online comments was we need to push pause on some of the hunts this year because of concern over winter kill. And while I was totally fine with the buck and bull recommendations, do you feel similarly as deer in that you could revisit some of these numbers for cow and elk? Or do you feel like what happens between now and 30 days from, or however many days, 20 days from now, when that wildlife board meeting happens, that nothing significant is going to change? Or maybe speak to that if you would, please.
Yeah, so we don't give a lot of doe deer permits. Just, relatively, it's a relatively small number, and they're pretty surgical where we have them. They're typically to address like resident deer that live in private ag areas. So, deer's one that, and we did eliminate some antlerless deer permits from what we had given in previous years to what we're giving this year. And I think we feel pretty comfortable. And with elk, again, we did have a couple pockets where we saw high mortality, and those also corresponded with units where we were 2,000 to 3,000 elk over objective. And I know we didn't have, 50% mortality. We maybe saw some substantial mortality, but not to the point where we're as concerned about it. So, and that's why, we made the adjustments we made, and I think we're pretty comfortable moving forward.
That's a real helpful clarification. Thank you.
All right, Braden had a question, and after Braden, we'll go to Brock. You're good on, okay, Brock, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we do have good numbers. I mean, Dax said we don't have very many, near as many elk collared, but we have, I think, 440 collared. So 96% is a pretty good estimate of survival.
Thanks, Brock. Other questions from the RAC? All right, seeing none, questions from the public? No questions from the public. Jason, you want to give us a review of our public comments from online?
All right. For the antlerless permit recommendations for 2023, we had 15 respondents. We had 40% that strongly agreed, 13% that somewhat agreed, 13% that were neutral, 7% that somewhat disagreed, and 27% that strongly disagreed. Some of the trends that I saw in there, there were several comments that we should be cutting all antlerless permits and let the herd rebound. Again, referring back to this hard winter. There were several comments that people felt that we were hunting cow elk too late into the season, and they were getting too much pressure for too long. There were some comments that they were glad for the cuts in the deer and the pronghorn antlerless permits that were recommended. You should be getting most of the antlerless permits was another comment. And again, just with this winter that we've been having, we shouldn't be giving out any antlerless doe permits at all. And those are the comments that I saw some themes in.
Thanks, Jason. All right, we'll move to public comment. Got a comment card from Troy. Troy, you said SFW supports. All right. I don't have any other comment cards from the public. All right, go ahead. Have you got a, what's that?
There was two on the same card, so that's why you didn't see it. Anyway, I agree that we shouldn't be.
Okay, state your name, please.
Daniel Anselmo.
Okay.
I agree with some of the online comments. I don't think we should be harvesting antlerless deer, so does. Instead, I would rather relocate those deer. If there's deer that are causing issues, let's put them in these units that got hit really hard.
Thanks for your comment. That's our last public comment. Dax, do you want to address that at all? I know we've tried that, and I know there's some recent developments on that.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea, and it's something that we jumped into with both feet pretty hard and tried moving deer, and saw mixed success on moving deer. And I think what really got us to the point where we're discontinuing the program were just some of the disease risks you look at. Chronic wasting disease is a big one, and we just got to the point where there was some benefit potentially, and the risk associated with moving deer that outweighed the benefit, and so we discontinued that program. And I know that was something that a lot of that was done here in this region, in the northern region, moving deer. So yeah, and there's a lot more background, a lot more story, and there's probably a lot of folks in this room that spend a whole lot more time on that project than me. Yeah.
Thanks, Dax. All right, moving on to comments, discussion from the RAC. All right, anybody want to bring a motion?
Ben, I'd make a motion that we accept the DWR's proposal as they presented.
All right, we've got a motion to accept as presented from Eric, second by Kent. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, let's call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Passes unanimous. All right, moving on to agenda item number 10, 2023 CWMU antlerless permit recommendations. We'll give Chad a minute to come to the mic. Chad, any updates you want to give prior to questions?
I think let's just jump into questions.
All right, questions from the RAC.
Hey, Chad, who sets permit numbers on CWMUs?
So the recommended permit numbers.
Yeah, who does that?
So we try to coordinate that with the CWMUs. So it's a collaborative effort between the biologist and the CWMU operators.
And if it's a collaborative effort, why don't we see fluctuations in antlerless and buck tags from year to year like we do in our public units?
Yeah, so a lot of times it's they're a separate unit inside a unit, right? So a lot of times that they're a limited entry unit, so we want it to be that higher quality, and we a lot of times allow them that latitude to manage towards what they want on their land.
Okay, so maybe I should back up and take bucks and bulls out of the equation.
Okay.
So with antlerless, why don't we see fluctuations in permit numbers?
Yeah, we don't see them a lot, and we will have conversations with them. And there are times when those conversations are, hey, should we adjust permits? I was just talking to CWMU operator today, and they're on a unit that's over objective. They have 25 permits, and they said if we have more than 25 permits, we run the elk off of our property. So at times there's instances where we would want more on a unit, but we also aren't there day to day seeing the ins and outs of their operation and the difficulties of their cow hunts and how it would potentially long-term affect their CWMU. So on some of that, I think we just lean back on them, trusting that that number is the number that they can harvest.
Okay.
Any other questions, RAC? Who just pinged in? Brock, go ahead.
So Chad, why? I just don't get it. We're over objective by 3,000, and this year up in the Echo area, we have, it looks like pretty significant mortality. Let's move them off the CW and let somebody kill them rather than let the winter kill them.
So you're saying, I guess, was that a question?
Well, the question is, why do we let them have 25 and then let them all die in the winter instead of requiring them to help manage to the objective?
Yeah, and we're going through those conversations. If you watched last night, we had a pretty long discussion about this. We know that they're over objective. The CWMUs know we're over objective. I think if you ask all of the CWMUs in that area, they say we have too many elk. At the same time, they don't want to damage their elk hunt for the future years. So I guess we get a little bit stuck of where do we ask for that harvest to come. Deseret is one that has a lot of elk on them. We know they have a lot of elk on them. They also have 310 permits, and that's a lot of public people to come through that area. I don't know that I have a better answer than that we're trying to work with all the CWMUs. We're trying to take into account of that so this is actually a problem. If we think about it, 30 years ago, we didn't have this problem because none of them wanted any elk on their land. And now we have a problem on the opposite end of everybody does want elk. So I think I'd rather be on this end where I'm trying to figure out how to kill a few more elk than no toleration of elk at all. It's an area of the state where, significantly more opportunities because of it. But we want to be sensitive. We want to work with the CWMUs on figuring out a plan. The unit-wide elk plan is open up this year on that. We're already setting up that every CWMU can have a voice. And I think that the first thing that we need to do is get all of those CWMUs on the same page of how many elk should we have up here, and get commitments on what they can harvest and go from that point. I understand what you're saying because I was a biologist there 10 years ago and I was seeing the same things, that probably not the amount over objective that we are now, but going through those same issues of being over objective and saying how do we get more harvest on this unit. And if it was easy to do, we would have done it well. And I'd say it was a problem before I was. So probably more than 10 years ago, we would have done it if there was a simple answer to it.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Chad. I'm not busting your chops. It is a very hard problem. To me, it's just a biological travesty this year that the mortality we're seeing in that area is likely at least partially due to being so far over objective.
Yeah, and I would say that the blessing of all this is that it did bring it to the forefront. It put some urgency behind it, and it's really good timing with having an elk plan coming up for that unit. So I would say that I agree, and it's in the forefront now. It's not on the back burner by any means. It's on the forefront of everybody's minds, and we have an opportunity to address it in an elk plan.
I have a question. When you say an elk plan, that's a management plan that will operate for the unit within the parameters of the statewide elk management.
Yes,
plan.
yes.
Okay.
Any other questions from the RAC? All right, any questions from the public?
Chad, did your winter help you come down?
Please come to the mic, state your name and ask your question.
Ethan Hallows. I was just wondering, did you guys have an estimate on winter kill in those units over there that are way over objective, and did the winter help bring that down at all? Because as said, there's probably a carrying capacity issue there that's probably affecting deer and elk, and we're seeing a high loss there. Just wondering what your numbers are like.
Yeah, so we can go off that collar data, which I think they said was 96% survival. And from the ground, we did have quite a few bulls dead on the Hennifer Echo, but we're not seeing cows. It's probably a little bit too early to say definitive on that. Once the snow melts and we can get up in there, we might see it a little bit different, but elk are generally more hardy. So we might have lost some, but I don't think we lost them to the degree to get us to objective, or probably not even within 1,000 or 2,000 of objective is what, if I had to guess.
Any other questions from the public? All right, seeing none. Jason, you want to give us a report of our online public comments?
Okay, thanks, Ben. I'll go ahead and summarize this. For the CWMU antlerless permit recommendations for 2023, we had 9 respondents online. We had 11% that strongly agreed, 0 that somewhat agreed, 11% that were neutral, 56% that were somewhat disagree, and 22% that strongly disagree, for a weighted average of 2.2. Some of the things that I saw online to share with you, there was a comment, allocation of bull tags should be dependent on significant cow harvest, and the CWMUs should be taking more cuts this year.
Thanks, Jason. Brock, you've got your hand up. Okay, so we're moving to comment from the RAC. Brock, go ahead.
I don't have it. I don't know how to use my phone, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard. I thought you said Brock. So Scott, go ahead.
So I'm just trying to look for some clarity here. We're talking right now about the 11 applications, 8 renewals and 3 change applications. Chad, can you clarify what the changes are in the change applications?
Yeah, I'll pull it up here on my computer so I get it right. They're all in the southern region. So you have Heist and Zane that are pronghorn units. Heist went from 10 total pronghorn tags to 0. Zane went from 10 to 5 total pronghorn tags. And then the Alton, it would be going from 15 total cow elk tags to 10.
What's the justification for the justification for the reduction in cow elk tags in Alton, and then what happened with our pronghorn on the other 2 units?
Yeah, so I think with the Alton, it's the change from being a limited entry to a general season, and just not knowing what that harvest is going to be, to just be a little more cautious with that, to see where it shakes out, and if we need to increase back up, then we could. And as far as the pronghorn, yeah, I think it's just a reduction of, I think you see those same cuts on the Southwest Desert. I think both those are on the Southwest Desert, and you see.
So this is drought related then?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Mike, you got a comment?
Yeah, I was going to say that. So the northern region, I watched that RAC, and they talked a lot about antlerless elk harvest on CWMUs, and they delved into ideas to increase that. I think it would be beneficial if we had ideas to throw out there too. If is the rule open? Is that like, so, and maybe this is more appropriate question for item number 11, but is how,
yeah, because we made a rule change.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? So it's up for review, I think, as of April of this year, so this month. I don't know that we didn't per se open it up with looking at it hard. Item 11 was to try to correct something that we unintentionally did the last time that the rule was open.
Yeah.
So I mean, probably technically right now it is, but there's not been a lot of thought to other changes, and I don't know that it'd be a super good time right now to there changes to it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I just didn't know. I know that the Wildlife Board asked the division to open the rule and
to make
and address some issues. And is there anything on the forefront coming with that? Because that kind of will play into the antlerless recommendations that you're making.
Yeah, so we haven't got a committee or anything. We obviously just had some legislation that passed. We wanted to see where that was all going to land. Didn't know quite what was going to come out of that. So we're probably in a spot where we're at least closer to be able to do it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We haven't had those preliminary talks exactly of when exactly it's going to open up.
Okay. Well, and my comment would be, so I serve on the CWMU Advisory Committee as a RAC member. And I feel like a broken record every year when we talk about these things. For the last however many years, I mean, in 2018, that advisory committee met in one or two meetings, but it was specifically to talk about antlerless elk harvest. And so this has been an issue on the table for years, and as Chad alluded to, for more than a decade. And here we are, we see the issues come to a head this year. And at some point, the CWMUs are going to have to buy into being partners in this situation. And I know that sounds harsh for those sitting in the room to hear that, because when we see the same CWMU every year for many years in a row come in with the same exact permit ask, that just means there's no real management there. Like, we're not managing if the herd's going up or if they're going down. And so while this will probably be approved as presented, because I don't think, in my opinion, we probably don't have the knowledge to go through and nitpick anything. When the division addresses this issue in the future, number one, the Northern RAC was talking about giving tags to like private landholders or private landowners and private hunters to get the harvest of antlerless elk on their CWMUs. Well, that's a horrible idea. Number one, it goes completely against the rule. The public's main source of, and I'm going to rant here for a second because my mic's on. The public's main source of opportunity to hunt on CWMUs doesn't come from animals with antlers and horns. It comes from antlerless and does and fawns and cows and calves. And so whatever idea comes out of whoever meets together, it needs to bear in mind that the public's resource and the public's opportunity can't be whittled away. And I just wanted to state that because there was a lot of talk last night about hey, we've got to kill these elk, so let's just go to these other extents to do it. And I don't think that that's the way to do it, And if the rule's not open to really talk about those things, I would just ask the division to bear in mind that maybe some point soon we can that committee that needs to be formed can banter about some ideas to help get this antlerless harvest that's necessary, that we've needed for over a decade, and and use the public to do so. Or there's got to be some other kind of incentive for the public to allow that to happen.
Thanks, Mike. We've got a hand up online, but I can't tell who that is. Scott, go ahead.
I've got my hand up. Chad, you mentioned that there was some legislation that affected CWMUs. Would you review what that was and how that affected the CWMU program?
Yeah, so what ended up happening was I think it was three major things, and it was on buck deer mostly. So there's just some acreage requirements to be a CWMU. So if you hunted at a higher rate than one buck deer permit for every 320 acres, then you couldn't be a CWMU. I think that affects 7 CWMUs in the state that they're going to have to reduce tags to make that one permit every 320 acres. And then it would be a similar acreage requirement to have the November hunt. So if you hunt higher than one permit for every 640 acres, then you can't choose that November hunt. Or if you had one permit for every 700 acres, you could choose a November hunt. But if you have one for every 540, then you wouldn't be able to choose that November hunt. You'd either have to cut your tags or not hunt November. And then the last one was that they put it in that you have to allow a guest free of charge for the hunts.
Okay, thanks, Chad. So just to comment on that, in general, I'm fine with the changes based on the drought effects on the antelope for those 2 units. But I don't support the reduction in elk numbers on the Alton unit. I don't think we need to be reducing elk harvest on CWMUs at this point. So I'm not in support of that one.
Kent, go ahead.
Yeah, Chad, you said that the CWMUs don't want more cow tags because it screws up their hunting. Can't we just tell them they got to take so many more?
I think we have in the past, honestly, on some units. I've seen where we've had CWMUs do as we asked, and now they're suffering that they don't have a very good elk herd, and they're really struggling with the elk, and it was them trying to fulfill our desires of what we needed on elk harvest. So I think there is some legitimate concerns there of like could we say, so there's a couple things we could say, take double the permits and they might still harvest just the same amount, or we could say take double permits and then they could run the elk off of their property and hurt their hunting in the future. And I'm not saying that that's not necessarily the case on every single CWMU. So that's one other thing that I've talked about that I'm committed to do this fall is to go out on the CWMUs during hunts and see what it looks like. We have an ex-employee that is now a guide on a CWMU, and he cornered me one day and said, the cow hunting isn't what you think it is. It's not what I thought it was as a biologist. It's a lot more difficult. There's a lot more that goes into it, and essentially invited me up on that CWMU this summer, and I'm going to take him up on that, and I'm going to try to visit a lot of other ones. I think there probably are some that we can do it on, and there's probably some where the ask that we're asking is very difficult and could potentially damage the hunting on their CWMU.
All right, are we ready for a motion on this?
I just want to say one last thing because I haven't said enough. I like what Chad said there, and I want to make sure that my comments before, I know that they were pointed and passionate, but I know that there's a lot of CWMUs that work really hard to kill cow elk, and I know that there's a lot of effort that has to be put into that, and I also know that there's still room for improvement in many arenas with it. So it's not. I didn't want to just have a blanket statement over the whole program. So. I'd move to approve as presented.
All right. Motion from Mike to accept as presented, second by Jim. Any discussion on the motion? What are you seeing, Mike? Scott, do you have your hand up?
Oh, probably residual from before, but I will just say my preference there would be that we don't approve the Alton reduction in permits. I'm happy with everything else, but I would approve everything except the reduction in permits, elk permits on the Alton. I would assume that I would prefer if they remained as they were previously.
Would you entertain that amendment?
Is there a reason why they were reduced? I'd want to know why they were reduced.
Yeah, I think there's a couple reasons. I touched on it a little bit earlier, as it's changing from a limited entry to the general season. One of the reasons it's changing is because of low elk numbers. It's not a super productive unit. I have the sad experience of witnessing that firsthand as I drew the limited entry tag a few years ago and hunted quite a few days to see the back end of one elk the whole entire time. So it's like at least the 3 years ago when I hunted it, it was a tough hunt. So I think just with the fear too of a lot of hunters coming in and displacing those elk potentially to other units. Yeah, I think it's just out of caution.
How many permits do they have currently? How many elk permits do they have?
15 cow permits. So
And this
they're-
is recommending a drop to 10?
Yes.
What's their success been in the past?
Well, nobody's in the southern region here, so nobody's going to have that. Does anybody have the database pulled up that we could look? If I remember right, it wasn't super good success last year, and they do have a different split. It's I'll tell you what. So it's a 40-60 split, so they get 4 private and 6 public if it went to 10. We'll see if one of these guys are going to bail me out with figuring out what the success was.
While we're waiting on that, there was a question about whether you'd accept that as an amendment to the motion.
Well, if there's a good reason, then no, I wouldn't, because I thought he was still discussing.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm waiting for what the success rates were.
And
From my perspective, if success is high, I don't think that it changing to a public unit, we need to worry about dropping it for them. I don't see any reason why they can't probably harvest the same number of elk, frankly. We have lots of CWMUs in public units.
But Chad, in your mind, it's a legitimate reason to reduce it by the 5.
Yeah, I spoke to the biologist about it, and that was the rationale. With the change, I think we could do that. And a lot of this is relying on the local biologists, right? They're the ones with their pulse on what's happening down there. I can't remember. I know this came up a little bit in the northern region, but I think they reduced. Did we reduce antlerless tags on the unit? Yeah, so the unit in general is receiving a reduction of permits as well.
This is the Ponsagon, correct?
The Ponsagon, yeah.
Are they reducing the number of bull tags as well?
It's going to any bull, so.
It's no longer a limited entry hunt, Scott. Also, I do have in my notes
Well, I'm asking about on the Ponsagon. Doesn't that operator get so many elk tags, bull tags? Did that number of bull tags get reduced?
Well, that was right during the change, so no, not this year. Right, because
that number was set last fall.
We set those permits in December.
Got it.
So,
Scott, I think this information may be relevant as well. The population objective on that unit is 140, and we're currently at 340 estimated population with 200 cow tags being recommended on that unit for the hunts.
And so we're well over objective.
Correct.
I would add to some of the adjustments being made, not necessarily specifically to the CWU, but a lot of those elk live close to fringes borders of the unit. And I think there's some suspicion that with it converting to an any bull unit and additional hunting pressure, some elk are going to leave the Ponsagon.
And Wes got us that information is 25% success last year.
Specifically on the Alton.
On the Alton CWMU, yeah.
Okay. Mike, does that give you the information you need?
It's 5 tags on a unit that I'm not familiar with, and the biologist goes along with this recommendation. So I'm having a hard time going against the biologist's recommendation. So I'd probably just keep my motion as is.
Okay.
Could I maybe add as an amendment to Mike's, just throwing it out there, Mike's comment about exploring more tools for units that are over objective. And so maybe just kind of a action item, maybe the board can look into it later, but just identifying additional tools for CWMU owners to use to bring their population back to objective. And maybe it's using more public hunters, whatever that is, right? Just more tools in the toolbox. Just add that to the, or maybe make it a separate. I'll make it separate. Let's stick with this one and I'll make a separate motion.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to accept as presented. Braden wants to follow up on this agenda item before we wrap it up after this vote. So we have a motion on the table with a second. Any other discussion? All right, let's call for a vote. All in favor? Scott?
No.
All right, passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor, 1 opposed. I counted, Brock.
So that motion, I'll make that motion.
Oh, Scott, do you want to give any explanation as to your opposition?
Just reasons already stated. I don't see there's a need to reduce the permit numbers.
Okay, thanks. Braden, go ahead.
So to make that motion more specific, let's just ask DWR by next year at this meeting, the April meeting, that they can explore additional tools in the toolbox to use to bring elk CWMU units that are over objective back to objective. So just find more tools in the toolbox. It's pretty vague, but by next year.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Second from Josh. All right, discussion on the motion. I agree with you, Braden. That is pretty vague.
But it's so vague. Could we get it more specific to help Chad? That just sounds like,
Yeah.
that's like too vague.
Do you want to give any concrete examples?
Such as over-the-counter tags, private land only tags that could be used by public or private hunters, et cetera. Is that, I don't, archery permits, I think, and maybe season dates. I think that's one thing that we've talked about. Just so everyone knows, I work with a landowner that has desert land and livestock and a few other CWMUs. Maybe we look at season dates, right? Can we hunt cows in July? Some people say, whoa, that's really early. They're still nursing. Do we hunt them later? I don't know. Just some tools in the toolbox that open up opportunity.
And I'd vote against that if it changes the public's take. So. Well, I don't want it just public hunters. I just want the public to be protected. So, they could do private hunters, but then what's the public going to get out of that? What's the reimbursement on the other end? Is it more bull tags, more buck tags? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I seconded it with the idea in mind that it would increase public opportunity, chiefly since it is, given the characteristic of that area in general.
But in theory, I obviously support the division looking into, asking the board to have the division look into the issue. I don't know how.
I don't want to be the armchair biologist, right? So they can do a committee. That's where I've sat through these committees before, right? So it's like, I don't want to be the guy that has all the solutions right here at the table, but I think you give them a time, say, hey, within a year, come back. Maybe in a year, we're not ready yet, right? But at least they can report back in a year and say, here's some ideas we're thinking about.
Kent, go ahead.
I lived in Kanab, owned a home down there, so I spent a lot of time down there, and I spent a lot of time on the Paunsaugunt just looking. And if there's only 300 and something elk on that Paunsaugunt, that's an awful big area. And we drew a permit down there for a bull, and we hunted forever. And one night, just before dark, we found 5 bulls. And the next morning, we were in there before it was daylight, and half a Kanab was in there on those 5 bulls. So the word travels pretty fast down there, but I don't know how you get them down if you want them less, but I can tell you right now that there's an awful lot of ground for 300 head of elk. When you go from almost Bryce Canyon all the way down to the highway, that's a long ways.
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with you, Braden, on that. And I think there's, when you're talking about extra tools, but the way that the rule reads is that the CWMU's plan is to be in compliance and consistent with the statewide and unit management objectives. And so I don't know if we're not following, the plan as it's written, especially if the objective unit, the objective says this is what we need to do, the CWMU should come into compliance with that because that's what their plan is and that's what was agreed upon by the division. So I don't know how that works in a violation of the rule, but the rule seems like they're supposed to be in compliance with the division's recommendations and then the plan itself.
Chad, are they in violation of that rule?
There's times all the time that we get over objective on all units, right? And by law, we do have to manage towards objective. I would say we're attempting to, it's not, I mean, I guess you could look at the same way on the buck-doe ratio. Are we over objective on, are we managing towards the rule on that? Because we've never been to 18 to 20. And I don't know that we could ever get there. But it doesn't mean that we don't try. And I guess that's what I'd say on this too, is we're trying to figure it out. If it was as simple as like, we just need to throw 1,000 more tags out and we'll get there, then we'd do that. But it's not that simple. So yeah, I mean, technically we're in violation of that, but it's what we're working towards. It's what, when the unit meets to do their plan, that's what we're going to address of what that objective needs to be and how do we get there and how do we stay there.
Scott, you've got your hand up.
Chad, am I remembering right that a couple of these renewals also included some additional acreage additions?
You might be talking about variances. Is that the?
Oh, maybe that's the variances. Is that in a different section?
No, that's part of this. So
that's part of this.
Yeah.
So maybe we're not quite aware that we're talking about variances as well. Is anybody else on the RAC aware that we're talking about variances?
Yeah, I remember seeing that in the video. Also, we've already accepted this as
Yeah,
presented.
I understand that. I think we just moved that ahead faster than we should have.
Yeah, I remember watching it. I actually thought it was coming up in the next one. So
That's what I was
maybe-
trying to clarify early on when I asked what this was for, Chad, and I guess I
did not
forgot
know.
that aspect of it as well. If this is where the variances were, there's a whole lot more discussion that I would rather have.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, and the way it was listed, it was just the antlerless permit recommendations. And then if you look through the RAC packet, it didn't say anything about variances in the RAC.
Yeah, I've just been scrolling through the packet and I can't find anything on there on variance requests.
All right, that's some fair feedback. Jason, would it be appropriate to open that back up to discuss the variance piece of it? We do have a motion on the table currently, but.
I'll withdraw my motion for now. And we can,
All right,
if we want to visit
motion's
later,
been
we can.
withdrawn.
Yeah, I think it's fair to open that back up. It's obvious that
Considering
was
the
some-
circumstances.
some discussion that didn't happen that probably needs to happen.
Okay.
I think that'd be appropriate.
Let's do this, just to make sure we're, maybe what I would suggest is we split it up between the tag recommendations and the variances. And I would suggest we probably do the tag recommendations again, since we've already voted essentially on the whole thing. RAC feel okay about that?
Yes.
Yeah, let's take a motion on the antlerless permit recommendations for CWMUs. Anybody want to throw that motion out there?
First, just point of order. I think that what we need to do is vote on the option of opening it back up again.
Okay.
That's just Robert's rules.
All right, thanks for that. All right, I'll take a
So I'll
motion
make
on
that
that.
motion that we open that back up.
Okay, motion by Danny.
I'll
Anybody
second it.
Second by Scott. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
All right, unanimous. Okay. All right, I'll look for a motion on the tag recommendations.
I move that we approve the division's tag antlerless CWMU tag recommendations as presented.
Motion by Mike,
No, second.
second by Jim. We've discussed this at length already, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay,
Scott? All right, so.
reasons already stated.
Yeah, thank you for that. Same results as before. Passes, I think, was that 8-1? 9-1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. No, that's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. No, I don't vote. So we got 4 over here, 3 over here. That's 7 plus Brock is 8. So 8-1. Okay. All right. I'll open it up to discussion for concerning the variances.
Could
Scott,
we
go ahead.
have Chad just review that briefly, what those are? Maybe that would be the best way to approach this. Is get the
Yeah.
information right out of the horse's mouth here. Sorry, Chad, didn't mean to call you a horse, but you know what I mean.
I've been called worse, Scott, so.
I'm sure. And it's not because we don't like it. It's just this program gives some of us heartburn.
Sure. I'll go with that. I'm not just kidding. And just to be clear, I didn't put these at the end of this presentation to try to hide it or anything. There wasn't a lot here. I didn't feel like it should be on its own. So I'm glad it came to light and that we can talk about it. So first of all, they're both non-contiguous lands that we're asking to be included with part of the CWMU. Also, to be clear, in rule, it does not address non-contiguous lands except for when it's saying that you can't have non-contiguous lands be part of the application to be a CWMU. So if you're under 8,000 acres and you're saying, can I have this non-contiguous land to get to 10,000 acres? No, you can't. But when we're talking about CWMUs that have the acreage or that are established and that they're asking for non-contiguous parcels, it doesn't really specify they can or can't have those. I think in the past, we've just done these as a division and said, this makes sense, and we've just incorporated it. In the spirit of transparency, we decided, let's bring this to the CWMU Advisory Committee and get some feedback on whether these two CWMUs, if it's a good idea to add this non-contiguous land to them. And in the spirit of transparency, we put this as part of my presentation for it to be heard by the RAC and the board. Just to make it so it's clear and we're not just throwing things through. So North Peaks, they've got two different pieces of land by the same landowner that are both within 1.5 miles of the CWMU of the main block. Neither of them, they're marked no trespassing right now. So public hunters can't go there unless they talk to the landowner and got permission, potentially pay a trespass fee or whatever the landowner would suggest. And I think a lot of the reason the CWMU Advisory Committee, and Mike's on that committee so he can speak to this, but that they thought that this was a good idea was because if it's part of the CWMU, now the public hunters of the CWMU would have the ability to hunt that land. So you go potentially, or most likely, from 0 public hunters to a potential of I think on North Peaks, it's a potential of 2. So North Peaks is 28,000 acres. So they meet those requirements for deer and elk CWMU fairly easily. Avinaquin, on the other hand, they a few years back asked for a variance to be an elk CWMU, so they're under the 10,000 acres. During that CWMU Advisory Committee, they have no contiguous, there's no other private land that touches them for them to get over the 10,000 acres. And I think that went highly to the reason why they were accepted as an under acreage CWMU. So now they have, well, I'm trying to remember how far. So just over a half mile away, they've got some land that they'd like to add in that's not contiguous. By adding that land in, it would actually put them over the 10,000 acres. So even though it'd be non-contiguous, so it wouldn't really qualify as 10,000 contiguous acres, it would still give them a little bit extra land to hunt. And once again, on that one, this land's marked as no trespassing. It's not being hunted by the public. So it would provide a little bit of public opportunity if the animals were over on those pieces of land.
So Chad, you are arguing in favor of a variance from the division's point of view?
Yeah, we support this one, yeah.
So I think this is a brief summary is the one doesn't need it for the contiguous acreage and completely falls within the rule. The other one doesn't have the acreage that it needs to meet the rule, but they already have a variance.
Yeah.
And in summary, in both instances, it's adding ground to the CWMU, respective CWMUs that is not currently available to the public.
Yeah.
Well, so I'll just give a brief background, being a member of that committee, that advisory committee. Adding non-contiguous property to CWMUs is a scary proposition. It was talked about quite a bit. The Northern Peaks one made a lot of sense to everybody on the committee. I believe it was a unanimous decision. You've got a 28,000 acre parcel of land, and within actually, I think it was less than a mile to the one property, and then just right around a mile, just maybe a touch over to the other property. But they're just like right there, the same herd unit, the same kind of situation where, I mean, a deer could be on one of those parcels, and then it would cross public land where it could be hunted, on a general season tag, and then it could be on the CWMU. So, I mean, it was really close and tight. And so that one made a lot of sense. Then the other one, we didn't really get wrapped up in this will get it to 10,000 acres because that already had a variance. There's no other public or private lands to be incorporated, and they didn't ask to incorporate any public lands, I believe. And so they've done a good job while they've been on this probationary period to test that it was, a valid CWMU. And I believe it was just barely under 10,000 acres. It was like 9,700 and something. So, I mean, it checked all the boxes to obtain a variance in that situation, is what the advisory committee felt. This new parcel that's being added, I believe it was also landlocked, just surrounded by public lands. And so they wanted to just put that in, and it felt like it was the right thing to do just because of how the CWMU has dealt and treated the public, and it has high ratings and good success rates, and worked with the public hunters and spoke to public hunters that had good situation there, and so then that was incorporated or passed through.
So the fear of the non-contiguous is that public land would be subsumed within sort of some ad hoc or default way.
I think the fear of the non-contiguous, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't want to speak for everybody on that committee, but the fear of the non-contiguous is like, I own 5,000 acres over in this canyon, and then like 3 or 4 miles away, we want to put in this 400 acres, or 10 miles away, or a substantial distance that doesn't, maybe contain the same kind of a herd. It's not to take in public lands. I would say it's more to, that we don't go piecemealing all these little properties all around. And that's the feeling that I get. I don't know what the division stance is.
Can I share a thought? This is Scott.
Yeah, Scott, go ahead.
So I'm just reading the definition out of the CWMU rule, and I guess I perceive it a little bit differently than what Chad had said. He says it doesn't specifically say you can or can't, and I think that may be the case, but I think it's a bit just disingenuous, and this is why. Under number 3 of what a CWMU is, it says a CWMU shall satisfy the following criteria. For elk or moose, it has to be at least 10,000 contiguous acres. For deer, pronghorn, turkey, at least 5,000 contiguous. Land parcels adjoining corner to corner may not be included for the purpose of meeting contiguous acreage requirements. That's the definition. Anything beyond that, I mean, you can't create a CWMU without contiguous acres. You just can't. And then somewhere down the line, we've got this, well, if you're doing an amendment or an exemption, you can get around it in this way. I think those are disingenuous to the original definition. From my perspective, I have much less heartburn with adding discontiguous private acreage than I do with incorporating public lands. But we also, as soon as this happens, they get grandfathered in and this becomes accepted from here on out. My preference would be, let's not approve these and let's say the CWMU rule is open or it's going to be open soon. Let's resolve this issue with a group in that meeting, not here in this process. This seems like an attempt for a couple of CWMUs who are very foresightful to try to jump in ahead of get exemption that probably isn't going to happen if the rule gets opened up and visited. That's my perspective.
Scott, or to clarify, you're saying your opinion is to not accept either, or just the one that doesn't meet the acreage requirement?
Neither.
Okay.
Neither one of them allow for, CWMUs have to have continuous acreage by definition.
And the one already does, so the addition of non-contiguous acreage falls within the rule, if I understood Chad correctly.
And that's where I would disagree. I think we have a difference of opinion on how that rule is written. Maybe there's a legal opinion that we need to hear there, but from the way I read it, I don't agree with that.
So, yeah, and the way I read it is land parcels adjoining corner to corner may not be included for the purpose of meeting minimum contiguous acres. So to me, it's talking about minimum contiguous acres, not if you already meet them, then what? Like it doesn't.
And
really...
I would just appreciate if that were specified, Chad. If they're going to allow that with more than minimum acreage, I think if it were specified in the rule, I'd be totally comfortable with it. But I don't see that it's specified in the rule, so it makes me nervous. I don't care for it.
We pay Mr. Maynard quite a bit of money to be in this meeting. Can we get his legal opinion?
Let's do it.
Evening, Chad. Didn't we set a precedent?
Hold on, Ken. Go ahead.
Sorry, Kyle Maynard, Assistant Attorney General. I guess what's the specific question about? Is you want me to weigh in on reading the rule, or?
So I think the question is, we're hearing two different interpretations, one from DWR, one from Scott on non-contiguous ground. And so the question is, does it fall within the rule if a CWMU meets the contiguous ground requirement, then to add non-contiguous ground to the CWMU?
So Chad and I talked about this before we put the recommendation together, and felt like it did meet the rule that the requirement for the contiguous land was the threshold to qualify as a CWMU, and then the additional land was part of any extra land would be added to an application to add to the COR that we would weigh as part of the program.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, absolutely.
So legal counsel has instructed us that this does fall within the rule. Sure. Yeah, Josh, can you make your comments into the mic, please?
It only really applies to the one, not the other.
Well, it does apply to the other because the other one has a variance already, which goes through the rule allows.
For the variance.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would agree with Mike on that.
And there's been, just for everybody's peace of mind, there's been CWMU's applications that have been denied by the committee that didn't meet the minimum acreage, and so they didn't get a variance. So.
Yep, Scott, go ahead. Scott, you're muted.
Chad, do either of these have public lands on the perimeter of their boundaries
Yeah,
that are included in the acreage
yeah, North Peaks does have public land. They would still, the private land still is well over the 10,000 acres, but they do have some border, some along the edge there.
Eric, go ahead.
And Chad, this is just, I guess the question would be, or would like maybe my part of the rule or the motion, if we go with this, is that they cannot come back at a future time and want to include that public land between those sections as part of their boundaries, as we've seen in some of the other ones, because, well, there's a sliver of public land here. They want to include it. It makes sense for boundary reasons. I think that would be a concern I would have from a public land agency.
And that would be a concern that we'd have too. Like yeah, I think we'd fight that one pretty hard.
I think probably the majority of this RAC would agree with that sentiment. Okay, are we ready for a motion? I'd entertain one if anybody wants to.
I'll
Go ahead.
move that we accept the recommendations from DWR.
All right, motion to
On the
accept
variances.
the recommendations on the variance requests. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Eric. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none. Brock's in Hawaii. All right. All right, let's call for a vote. All in favor?
No.
No.
I'm actually a no as well.
Yeah, I'm actually a no also because of that one.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. So we're six in favor, 3 opposed. So passes 6 in favor, 3 opposed. All right. Yeah, we are right on the 9 o'clock hour. Do we want a 5-minute break? Yes. Okay, is 5 minutes sufficient? All right, 5 minutes. Let's plan on being back here 9:05.
Thanks for sticking with us, guys.
Jason. We have one comment card on this. Kevin?
I just hit audio again.
I won't take long. I see we're losing a few public, and I just wanted to address your RAC. I wanted to come attend your RAC, and when I walked in the door and seen Eric's eye, I thought, man, maybe I didn't make a very good decision. I just wanted to comment to each of you, you know, we really appreciate all the efforts that you take. I look at all the public here. I believe that we have the very best process of any of the Western states. We meet twice a year with 26 Western states and hear about their wildlife commissions and how they take public input. None of them compare to what we do in Utah and the public input that we get. And I can tell you, we do listen to all of your RAC input. It's hard when you take all of that and you only have one vote. I hope each of you could get the chance to have that opportunity on the board. But I just wanted to tell you thank you. Really appreciate what you do. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. I have one more comment card. Dave Friess. I just came in.
I'm going to sound like Troy, Dave Friess with the CWMU Association. We agree with the proposal from the division.
Thank you. All right, RAC discussion.
I just want to make a comment that I really enjoyed the CWMU banquet and all of that. It was a hoot. I met a lot of new people and I was very impressed with how that was run and everything. So thank you.
All right, if there's no other discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
As
motion-
accepted.
Was motion?
accepted.
Yep, motion to approve as accepted. Is there a second? Second by Mike. Any discussion on the motion?
I will abstain on this one since I'm an employee of a landowner. I don't want to have anybody thinking I'm changing the rule for me. So.
Thanks for calling it out, Braden. All right, let's call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Thanks, Brock. Scott?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor, 1 abstained.
I was wondering if Brock could show us the reason why he has bandages all over his fingers.
Sometimes you can't train stupid out of people.
I heard it had something to do with a snowblower, I believe.
Go ahead and tell everybody I cut my fingers off with a snowblower. Yep, I'm stupid.
All right. All right, item number 12, big game rule amendments. Dax, do you have any updates for us on this?
Nope. Just kind of as presented. Let me know if you have any questions.
Dax, help me out here and give me a quick review of what we've been through a long agenda and I'm blanking on what this one is. Give me a refresher.
Yes, you bet. So there's some proposed changes to the taking big game rule that include making harvest reporting on antlerless hunts mandatory. Our intent is to bring a recommendation this coming fall to make harvest reporting for all general season deer and elk hunting mandatory as well. Currently limited entry already is. We used to do that via phone survey. We got good data and people don't like answering phone calls from survey companies, and the technology's evolved where we can make reporting pretty easy. Folks can do it online fairly easily. You're going to hear, if this passes, you're going to hear from some people, the people that don't do their reporting and have to pay a $50 fine. You're going to hear from those people. Probably a few of them will be disappointed, and I think they'll learn pretty quick. We also included in this rule some language with regard to minimum meat that a person must salvage from an animal they harvest. We didn't have that in our rule right now, and kind of put our officers in a
awkward situation sometimes trying to enforce wasting. So we included that. You have to take the quarters, back straps, and tenderloins. If you want to take rib meat, internal organs, neck meat, that's up to you. But minimum, you got to take the quarters, back straps, and tenderloins. We also included language that if you shoot at an animal, you have to go to the area where the animal was when you shot to check and make sure you didn't wound the animal or kill the animal. You can't, take a shot at something on a ridge and then leave. We included a little bit of language about chronic wasting disease and how we might select individuals or units where we would do chronic wasting disease testing in the future. I think that's most of the stuff that was in there. So.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Braden. Yeah, we had had some companies that were taking inedible byproducts, tendons, bones, and grinding that up and selling it as dog food. And we had some concerns on that from an ethical standpoint, North American model, creating markets in wildlife parks, and also some pretty substantial disease concerns with regard to that. If you're grinding up, wild animal parts and then selling those as feed. So yeah, thanks. That was the one missed.
Thanks, Dex. Much appreciated. Questions from the RAC? Mike.
Does that include hides?
So hides are separate, tanned hides. There's some language already in the rule about that.
Okay, but like a rawhide before it gets tanned, it can be sold.
We better pull the rule up. I'm not recommending any changes to however that is right now.
Okay, then you don't need to pull it up.
Okay.
Danny.
Dex, so how on earth would you propose to enforce, hiking vertically down 800 feet and back up the other side to go see if you might have nicked the animal or something, you know what I mean? That just seems entirely unenforceable. What? Help me.
Yeah, maybe the point of this rule is that you don't take a pot shot at something at 800 yards in the bottom of a canyon just to see if it goes down. So I think that's part of what we're hoping that folks, maybe this helps folks take more responsible shots. Could it be difficult to enforce? Yes. It's pretty similar language to what some of our neighboring states have in their version of the Taking Big Game rule. And it was something that we received multiple requests from the Northern Region RAC over the years to incorporate language like that in our rule. And when we were looking at these rule changes, we thought, we could get on board with that. It could be hard to enforce.
All right. Any other questions from the RAC? Okay, seeing none. Any questions from the public? Yep, go ahead and step to the mic, state your name and ask your question.
Name is Dan Lanselmo. Question on the mandatory harvest reporting. I'm in favor of that. Lots of other states do it, but they've taken it a step further and they've got electronic tags. Kansas, I shot a whitetail. It's like I'm able to tag it on my phone, take a picture, right where and it's live data. I think we should really push towards that because we make better decisions with better data. So I would like to see that. And so that's maybe not a question, but the question is, are we moving towards something like that? Is this the first step?
Yes. Yep. So the internal technology and app development that we're using for the mandatory harvest reporting, it's been on our radar for a few years. We're making progress toward it, maybe slower than some folks would like to see, but that is our intent to move that direction, and we're working on that.
Okay, yeah, so when I do reporting on like an antler list, I often get reminded when I don't have my tag with me and I need the tag number. So I have defaulted on not doing a harvest report, but it's because when I'm available on a computer, sometimes the tag's at home and that would help.
That's actually something when I was working with our development team that's working on this, that was one of the things I brought up because I've had the exact same thing happen. Went to report and the tag was with the meat or something, and then it asked me for the tag number, which I didn't have memorized, but I still could have done the harvest report. So we want to remove barriers and make it as easy as possible for folks to give us good data in a timely manner.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for feedback.
So, couple things on the tag number thing. I believe you could download your tag on the DWR app and your tag numbers there. I've experienced the same thing, and that's how I got my tag number rather than going to find my tag. Just a FYI there. Dax, and then follow-up question. I haven't turned my dedicated hunter tag in yet for last year because I have to come to the office when they're open. And would this facilitate easier turning in of your dedicated hunter tag for a non-harvest? That would be nice.
I don't know if Lindy's on the call, and Lindy's our licensing coordinator or licensing specialist out of Salt Lake. And I don't know that we've explored that or talked about that per se. So, and I don't know if Lindy wants to add anything, but we haven't specifically talked about that per se. It's been more of a focus just on moving towards mandatory harvest reporting with antlerless right now.
Okay.
So, Dax, this is Lindy Barney, licensing coordinator. To answer your question, Ben, it is actually on our radar, and we're working with the dedicated hunter coordinator in trying to figure out a better way to handle that situation. So we are actually looking into it now.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Lindy. Appreciate it.
And I guess I'll try to form this into a question. Wouldn't it be nice if DWR kind of reminded everybody, maybe take a photograph of your tag? You always have your cell phone with you, and if you ever need access to it, it's on your cell phone.
Good idea.
All right. Additional questions from the public? All right. Seeing none, let's go to the reporting of the online comments.
All right, for this, regarding the proposed big game rule changes, we had 15 online comments come through. 60% strongly agreed, 27% somewhat agreed, 7% were neutral. There were no comments that were somewhat disagreeing, and only 7% or one comment which was strongly disagreed. The weighted average for this was 4.1, which is on the somewhat agree side. For comments, we kind of had quite a few. A couple of them for the theme was they wanted to make the fine higher for not reporting, or there were some comments about, you know, not have a fine, but not being able to, well, take away a year of eligibility for them to apply in future years if they did not comply with reporting. There was some disagreement with the hunter being required to check the area that they were shot, similar to what Danny discussed. And there was a comment that they'd like to see a shed antler gather season. Not really something that was discussed in this rule change or probably to be voted on here, but just a comment that was out there.
All right, thanks, Jason. We don't have any comment cards, so bring us to the RAC for discussion. Go ahead, Mike.
I actually like the components. I like that they have to go check the area. I think that's a good thing. And I actually like the public comment that said, you know, there should be more of a penalty than, you know, than the $50, you know, $50. And especially if it skews the data, you know, if we're now we're going to make it mandatory. So we're going to get all this data, but then if we're, you know, missing out on it, I think it could affect what we look at more. So it wouldn't hurt my feelings if the division went a route where they couldn't get a bonus point for that species that year, but.
I'll just clarify it is they would be ineligible to apply for the same types of hunts, so antlerless hunts the following year, unless they paid the $50 and filed their harvest report. And the $50 fee is part of our fee schedule that goes through the legislature. So I don't know that that's something we could change at this point without taking it back to the legislative process.
Kent and then Braden.
So Dax, can we change that $50 fee to all permits instead of just the antlerless permit for the next year?
So because the application period's already open, the big game stuff already went out for bucks and bulls, that's why we're just doing antlerless right now. The intent is to add it in for bucks and bulls starting next year, so fall of 2024, just because, at this point where folks have already applied and that hasn't been a rule, we don't want to change the rule in the middle of the game for folks. That's why we're just doing antlerless right now.
Well, I understand that, but in the future, say it's an elk hunt, they never report it. They get fined $50, but they can still go back and hunt deer. So why don't we just put it $50 across the board? You don't get to hunt, period.
I think when it comes through for bucks and bulls next fall, maybe that's something we could explore and look at it. We try to keep it, apples to apples, keep things like to like. If you make a violation in this area, that's the area where you suffer. But I hear where you're coming from. I think that's something could be discussed more next fall.
In the enforcement component of that is if they don't pay the $50 fine, then they can't apply. That they're precluded from the application process. Yeah. Okay.
On the retrieval, there was those few comments of people saying, hey, this is ridiculous. If I clearly know I missed, hike down. Now, most guys might think they missed and maybe they didn't, right? My cousin had an experience on the Monroe where he saw some guys shoot. They walked off and he's like, I think they hit that deer. So he hiked down there, found this 3-point buck dying. So he just finished it off and tagged it. He didn't want to tag it, but he was like, the right thing to do is tag it. And so that was his deer for the year. But it's a reasonable thing to do. I had a few people call and say, couldn't we also just, if we're filming a hunt on our spotting scope or something like that, which maybe we can talk about the next thing after here. But if we're filming it and we clearly show a miss, is that reasonable to say, I don't need to then? It's an exception to the rule, right? That I don't, how many guys are filming? Not very many, but they'd have, Gabe could go over there and say, hey, you didn't hike over there, check that deer. The guy could say, well, I've got video evidence. Look, I hit 4 feet high. The rare times. I don't know. I get nervous we're legislating, or that we're, making law about ethical things. It's the right thing to do, right? But I don't know.
I hear where you're coming from. I personally witnessed someone shoot a deer. I was sitting on top of a hill, watched them shoot a deer. The deer jumped, ran 10 steps and fell over dead. They got back in their side by side and drove away. So I've personally witnessed it happen. If you're not willing to walk over there, maybe don't shoot. I hear where you're coming from. And I think, based on our recommendation, we're pretty comfortable with saying if you're not willing to walk over there, don't shoot.
Thank you. Brock, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in favor of all of these rule recommendations. And to address that last comment by Braden, when we did the Wasatch Elk study, the first year we did that, 5% of the elk that we had collared were wounding losses. And most of those were across the canyon from a road, and they were just over that ridge. And so it was apparent that somebody was driving the road. They saw the elk standing across the canyon. They shot. The elk all ran over the ridge. They didn't get anything. They didn't even bother to go look. And so I'm completely in favor of going to look.
Thanks, Brock. Danny?
Yeah, I bring it up. Legislating or, making rules that are trying to rule ethics, it's not, trust me, last year some guy shot at a nice buck up on the hill above us and he did not hardly even go anywhere to go look at it. So it's not like I don't agree with that. It's just that I don't see how that we can enforce it. And it's so complicated because of scopes or this or that or the other. So I would make a motion to support the recommendations other than that go check it out aspect. I think there's other ways to skin that catfish, I think.
Just a second, Kent, to clarify, are you making a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, so motion by Danny.
I support all of the recommendations, the other two recommendations. I just don't support legislating the go check it out.
So motion to accept as presented with the exception of the requirement to follow up on your shot, to physically follow up on your shot. Okay, Kent, hold on just a second. Is there a second? All right, motion fails for lack of a second. Kent, go ahead.
Yeah. I got you know, you talk about not going out and checking it. When I'm down there on the plateau and I got Mr. Pedersen sitting up there watching me through a spotting scope, and I take a shot at an antelope, I do walk over to check, but he's watching every move I make. And there's plenty of that goes on out there. So I think it's totally enforceable if you want to take a chance of not getting caught. But there's several times we've been watched shooting animals. So
On the way here, coming back from Monticello, I heard the song, I Got a Feeling Somebody's Watching Me. You know, I could sing it, but I won't. But maybe we just need hunters to realize that someone's watching. So go check the animal, right? Just go check.
Honestly, I feel like the enforcement on this is going to come from self-policing, hunters watching hunters. And I think that could be, in today's day and age, very easily to enforce. You watch somebody take a shot, you video them not following up. All right, any other discussion? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I thought Jim was going to make the motion. Jim,
Well,
go
I make a motion that we accept the rules as is.
and I'll second.
All right, motion by Jim to accept as presented, second by Braden. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Danny, do you want to give an explanation of your opposition?
Oh, I think that I've made it adequate, you know, earlier on and later. Yeah,
Okay.
we're good.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to our last item of the night, agenda item number 13, big game rule amendments, technology committee recommendations. Derek is not here tonight. Gabe Patterson is covering for him. As I understand it, you were part of the committee as well, right? Yeah, okay, great. Any updates you want to give to us before we go to questions?
Not really, just maybe it was very diverse. It's green, we're good to go. It was a very diverse committee. After the first meeting, we sat, and there was quite a few people that have mentioned this, that we wondered if we'd ever can we get this group to come to an agreement on something? And it was pretty cool to watch the process go through. It was my first committee. And so, and we did. The committee put their personal agendas aside and voted for what they felt was best for Utah and our culture and our wildlife. So.
All right, great. I got a couple questions to clarify a couple of things. In the presentation, it doesn't mention anything about sight lights on archery sites. And based on the presentation, I would suggest that it feels like those would not be allowed with these new rules. But I think after digging into it, that's not the case. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, so in the red line rule that we came up with, it specifies that a light on your site would be legal.
Would be legal.
Because that is an electronic, right?
Mhm.
But the reason that we decided on that is because it doesn't really affect take. If you were to hit that light, whether say you're in the pines and you got a bugle and elk coming towards you, and it's really dark, you're pushing like the last 2 minutes of legal shooting light, and it's in the pines, so it's really dark.
Mm-hmm.
You turn that light on, and it drowns out almost all your pins. I mean, it's really bad. So the only effect that really has is when it's in the light of the day, is that we felt with that. And then it's hard to find a quality site without that light on it today. So we wanted to make it, if it doesn't affect take, and if it's pretty dang hard to find a site without one, that didn't really make sense to make that illegal.
Okay, appreciate that clarification. And then I got a phone call today. Somebody asking for some clarification on the restricted muzzleloader. I think you may have got the same phone call regarding, and I haven't looked at the actual definition, but he told me that the definition is something to the effect of flintlock percussion cap.
Yeah,
can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's a little confusing. And so I probably got the same call from the gentleman that you got. I think there could be some work done to that definition.
the thing we wanted to restrict with the restricted muzzleloader, not the general season muzzleloader, this is the restricted muzzleloader, was to remove some of that long-range capability of these inline muzzleloaders with that 209 primer or anything that's newer, I guess. And so matchlock, it doesn't talk about matchlock. And so matchlock is, it's basically a wheel lock with a fuse that you light and you walk around with a lighted fuse. And we didn't really feel like that there was going to be anybody doing that. But it doesn't say you can use it. So, I mean, we got to assume that you can't use it. And so adding that would be really simple, or further defining it, saying anything other than anything, you can use anything other than the cap has to be fully exposed or no 209 primers. That might solve the same thing. I don't know. We'd have to look into that a little bit more.
Yeah, so I think the individual's concern was, I think the intent is understood, but the concern was, as it's spelled out in the language, that it says that it has to be a flintlock percussion cap, which is not a thing. That's something that doesn't exist. It's two different things, right? A flintlock or a percussion cap. So I guess my question is, do we need to clarify this, or?
I think it can be further clarified and be stronger, yes.
And is that something we should do from the RAC, or expect you guys to tackle?
Man, that's up to you. You're the RAC. I think if you guys want to give some suggestions on that, if there's some muzzleloader guys in here that have some good suggestions, I think since the meeting last night, we've come up with a couple through the meeting and through some phone calls and on our own. I've been talking with my chief on the phone today, discussing that a little bit, and we're open to changing that because we don't claim to be perfect or get it right the first time. A little help might make it stronger, and that's one that probably could be a little stronger.
Okay, all right, thanks. Braden.
Gabe, could you just tell us kind of the thinking behind the two-way radios? We got some comments about that. I got a few phone calls.
Yeah.
Just the two-way radios. Tell us about that.
We just don't like people talking to each other when they're hunting. We just don't. It's annoying. They should be texting each other, Just kidding. So two-way radios. This was quite a lengthy discussion. We hit this on numerous days with the committee. There was basically two rules that we were looking at, one out of Montana and one out of Alaska. And the one out of Montana says that you can't use them for hunting an animal. And so the one in Alaska specifically stated you can't use them for the hunting or the take of a specific animal. And so we really thought that was pretty strong. And going off of some of our own experiences is hunting with radios and with what the Wildlife Board tasked us to do, to try to look at technology and see where we can maybe cut back to provide more opportunity, but not harm the resource or harm quality. And so in radios, in our experience as hunters, and everybody on that committee they were diehard hunters with any type of weapon you can ever think of, except for a matchlock. We didn't have a matchlock guy on there, apparently. It was apparent that your harvest success, or your opportunity to harvest an animal, went up extremely high when you had someone specifically on the other hillside radioing or communicating with you over technology to harvest a specific animal on stalking it in, or stalking in on a specific animal. I mean, personally, my opportunities have gone through the roof when that's happened. And so we felt that was something that we should kind of curb as we're talking about technology. We don't think that you should stop people from talking to each other on the mountain, or even saying, hey, come over to this drainage. I see a group of elk. And then when they come over and you get with your group, then you go after them. As long as you do it that way and don't radio someone specifically in on an animal, or hey, there's an elk bugling over here, or hey, there's a decent buck over in this drainage, come over and we'll go after it this afternoon or in an hour or whatever. And so, or talking to each other on the radio. That's half the fun, is lying to each other on the radio all hunt. I mean, that's just, so that was kind of a roundabout what we were thinking about.
And/or making sure that your wife made it back to the truck.
If your wife goes hunting.
No, I'm
with you
just
guys.
saying that, those radios, I mean, and I think that it's going to be a fine line though, a lot of times between, what do you call, guiding the dude with the bow right to the animal versus, don't move. There's one right by you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys read the definition of stalk in the red line. It's in the red line rule, the definition of stalk. It'd be R65757X. It says stalking means when game has been located and the hunter engages in deliberate movements on foot in an effort to harvest that located game. So it is pretty specific. It's going to be hard to enforce, but it's not unenforceable.
Okay, thank you. Brock, you've got a question?
No, I do not.
Okay, your hand was up, so we thought you had a question. All right.
I'm learning.
All right, any other questions from the RAC? Go ahead, Josh.
I like the rule in theory. I'm still trying to understand it. I get the scenario where there's a deer on a hillside and buddy on the other hillside is being talked in. With these Garmin rhinos, I know where my hunting partner is based on his update on my unit, and we can text from those units. And so I bump a herd of elk. I text in the GPS, they're headed your way. Like, we are both stalking elk. I mean, is this an example of two-way communication? I guess I'm trying to distinguish just from,
It definitely is two-way communication. You're communicating with him through
But with
electronics.
this-
But as far as it being illegal, I mean, are you walking him in on that animal?
Not walking him in, no, but so that would be the differentiation.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a definite difference. I mean, it's totally different than saying, hey, I bumped a group of elk. They're headed, I think, towards you.
Right.
He still has to go find those animals on his own.
Okay.
He still has to pursue those animals. He still has to attempt to take them on his own. But if you get up on the ridge and say, hey, that bull's right under you, don't move, he's going to come right up to you. Then that's where you're starting to get into what we're trying to talk about here.
Ben, I did have one more question.
Go ahead.
So in terms of, I looked through this list of regular weapon definitions. If you can maybe give me some background on the archery one specifically. So all of these definitions say no electronics, no electronics, no electronics, except for archery, which says excluding illuminated nocks and cameras. And I remember when this issue came before the RAC maybe a year or two ago, it seems like if you're excluding electronics, what was the nature of the conversation to allow an electronic on a bow when every other weapon type excludes electronics except
Right.
for cameras?
Right, so that's a great question, and it can be confusing. But if you look at what we felt would help you take that animal, give you a better advantage, an illuminated knock, doesn't help you. It may see your arrow flight, but that's it. It doesn't help you make that shot. It doesn't calculate anything. It just helps you find your arrow. If anything, it helps you follow up on your arrow to see if there's blood on it, which oftentimes as bow hunters, we know that these animals don't start bleeding for a while. So it's not helping you kill the animal. It might help you retrieve that animal in a way. And with the electronics, like the lighted light, we've already covered that. And then the cameras, we see a lot of people with a camera on their bow hunting. They like to, that's the new thing. Everybody wants to capture everything. Everybody's taking pictures and selfies. And a camera on a bow is just a hunting selfie. You and that animal, right? And so does it help in the aid of take of that animal? We felt that it doesn't. It's just a camera on a bow. And the difference between that and allowing electronics on a rifle is every electronic on a rifle that's out there, we felt we had to draw that line. And it has to be a hard line to get ahead of all the electronics today and in the future, because we don't want to specifically label, well, the Garmin Zero is going to be illegal, the site, this specific site, or this, and all of a sudden we have a list of 200 things or 30 things, when we can just draw that line and say no. So with rifles, you've got scopes that talk to your rangefinder or to your phone, and it just will update your ballistics right there, and it makes it really, really nice actually, but it makes it really convenient, which takes away a lot of time from looking at your phone, dialing, and having to find that animal again and make that shot, instead of just pulling up, hitting a button, and it's right there. Same thing with the Garmin Zero. You pull up, you're ready, that animal's coming in, it's ranging, and your movement is severely diminished. And that, we felt like both those things aided in the take of wildlife. And where's it going to go? You know, technology, we know where it's going. We just don't know what it's going to bring, but we know it's going to be advanced. So.
Okay, follow-up question on the camera. So there's an exception for cameras on a bow. Is there an exception for cameras on a firearm?
No. No, when you think about cameras, you could throw a cell phone on your scope, right? And you can aim through that. And then it's just, we felt like it could just probably be abused. We'd have to address it in the future if we didn't draw that line again. And so this is just an easy.
The camera on a firearm would?
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about your cell phone's a camera, it's the best camera you have. Well, it's the best camera that most people have.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a Tacticam, or there's Shot Cam. There's another one that I can't think of right now, but and there's a number of attachments. Like I used one just in January on a goose hunt on my shotgun, attached it at the barrel. But then it's also becoming more popular there's an adapter that you put on your scope objective, or not the eyepiece, and it's got mirrors in it, and so your camera sits here and it's looking through your scope. It's literally just video, essentially the same concept as the camera on a bow. It's just looking through your scope.
Right. I think we ought to look at how that can be used and how that can be abused, and how technology is going to advance to create that. I mean, you look at, what's it called? You look at, so Idaho's muzzleloader, right? They say you've got to be able to visibly see the cat. And so CVA came out with something. All they did was drill a couple holes in the gun, and it's called the Northwest Ignitions muzzleloader. So now you can legally use an inline with a 209 primer in that state. And so where there's a will, there's going to be a way. And so this is a way to get ahead of it and just cut it off right now, instead of revisiting this, and now all of a sudden have a big list. And so, which can happen. It's just, do we want to go there?
I guess in that spirit, I'm surprised you made the exemption for a camera on a bow, because if you're getting ahead of it.
So Josh, remember, we're still in questions. I don't know if you're leading to a question.
You could have asked me that question.
And so it does say cannot aid in the take of wildlife on a bow. So that camera, I just don't see a lot of people with cameras on their rifles out in the field. I do see a lot of people with cameras on their bow, and a lot of that is because of the recoil of a rifle or a firearm. A bow, you can stay on that animal and have a wide angle lens and have a great video of your hunt and have a good memory.
It's actually become pretty common in competitive shooting, and I've seen it applied in hunting as well, on a rifle. But anyway, Braden.
Thank you, Chairman Louder. Appreciate it. Or is it assistant chair today? What do we call you anyway? Vice chair. Vice chair. Thank you. Can you speak also to the drone rule? I think it's a pretty broad prohibition on using drones to locate or attempt to locate protected wildlife. Nothing to do with take. I think I struggle with that one, because I think if I keep hearing the intent is to regulate take. I don't have, well, my work gave me a drone. I'm not licensed to use it, but I've never flown a drone. So I don't care. But I just saw that and thought, man, anybody that's out there like recreationally, oh, there's some deer or elk from a long ways away filming with their drone. Now they're a criminal between July and January 31st.
Right, and those dates, they wanted to make them consistent with the trail camera and also the flying dates. And so it's hard to have 10 different dates out there. It's nice to have one date that takes in a whole bunch of different things. It's just easier to understand. And so, I mean, do you want people out there filming wildlife with a drone? What's that animal going to do? You go over that animal and you film it. What's that animal? What do you think that animal's going to do? And is that acceptable to you?
I was up Big Conwood Canyon one day hunting elk, and yeah, had that happen, right? I had somebody come and fly down. It wasn't Big Cottonwood. I'm just kidding. There's no elk up there. Yeah. But anyway, that's down in southern Utah. No, but it was frustrating, right? I was like, what the heck? They came down, they flew low, and all of a sudden the herd of elk buzzed away and ran. So yeah, as a hunter, it bugged me. But also I'm like, I see it all the time, right? People are up there in the canyons filming stuff, with their drones. And
Right, and if people are flying them and they're not
attempting to locate, that's where it gets hard.
Yeah,
right?
if they're not attempting, if they run into them and then they just back off, that's, what's the intent? And as a law enforcement officer, we try to look at everybody's intent, and we try to base everything off that intent. And so this has got intent written all over it. Someone who's not intending to film wildlife or harass them during that time, then as long as they don't do it, then they'll be fine. I mean, we're talking about the tourists, right? They drive around that don't know the rules. It's going to have to be on a case-by-case basis by officers. But look at drones. I mean, you're probably you own a drone, but you've never flown it. But how many people in this room own drones? And where's that going to be in 5 years? Where's that going to be in 10 years? Where's that going to be in 15 years? And so,
I like watching the people that fish with them.
well, they do it in the military. Quite effective.
All right. Any other questions from the RAC?
Yeah, I've got one.
Go ahead, Mike.
So back to the primer and on the muzzleloader, the ignition system, it has to be visible. Does that preclude somebody using even an antique weather covering over the cap or nipple?
So
over the side lock, like on a flintlock, like there's actual leather coverings that go over it, and as you can cock it and have it there over the ignition system, but it's not over the hammer.
So there's a leather covering?
Yeah, so exactly. So I know. So like our ancestors were pretty ingenious and how they did things. I mean, they would cover it with, there's intestinal coverings. There was things like that would weatherproof it that are old. I mean, obviously somebody today would probably use, a plastic covering or, a balloon or something like that. But
So
does that
I've never looked at these before. This is something that they custom make, and just make sure I'm looking at the right thing. And then they put it over just to protect it from the weather. But once they go to fire the weapon, they have to remove it, right?
Well, not on a cap. Like so on a flintlock they would, because the flint has to meet the steel, and so that it covers the steel, but it doesn't cover the flint. And actually, it can cover both, but I've seen it where they just cover the pan, so it's meant to keep most of the the moisture out of the pan.
Okay, so they're covering the pan, but you can still look in and see the pan.
Well, you couldn't look in and see it because it's covered.
Like the entire pan's covered?
Yeah. Or like on a side lock hawking where there's little rubber things that you can put over that cap, or the musket cap, the percussion cap or the musket cap, that makes it more weather resistant. But then when that hammer falls, it can still ignite that. It's still, it's still.
So I guess as the rule's written, when the hammer's back, if you can't see the entire cap, that would not be legal.
Okay. That's interesting. I mean, it makes it, the whole purpose of this is to make it harder for us to kill them, right?
Provide more opportunity without harming the,
Yeah.
more with not harming the quality, yeah. So there's always one in the room. I got a matchlock last night, and then
I've been accused of that before. You're not the first.
leather cover.
Did Chad already leave?
So Gabe, you mentioned that it was a pretty diverse committee, people passionate about hunting with all weapon types. Did you have anybody that you would consider well-versed in or an expert in primitive muzzleloaders?
Yeah, there was a lady on the committee that hunts with a ball and cap muzzleloader, and she doesn't
Okay.
care to hunt with anything else.
All right. Any other questions from the RAC? All right, questions from the public. Daniel, let's go with you first. I can see a hand back there, but I don't know who it is. Please step up to the mic, state your name, and ask your question.
Dan Anselmo. I work for Hoyt Archery, so I design archery equipment. So I'm interested in mainly the archery restrictions. The question is, you're talking about, does it aid or damage the animals? So specifically the Garmin sight. The question is, was it discussed that the Garmin sight is helps you shoot much better, more ethical shots?
Yeah, that was definitely discussed.
One of those is like, it was a hidden benefit to me because I kind of helped not develop the site, but I was on a testing program to help Garmin develop the site. One of the benefits is it helps you not torque your bow. And being in the industry, people bring their bows in that they don't tune all the time. And people don't shoot their broadheads well because they are torquing the bow. I've had several people stop using the Garmin sight because they think the reticle is moving. The reticle, for everyone in here, it's the thing that allows you to get the laser rangefinder to line up. So it allows you to shoot that bow in the same hand pressure every single time. It was a hidden benefit to me. It's probably the number one thing in archery.
So as a reminder, this is question only, period. Is this leading to a question or is this a comment?
Yeah, it's the question of, did they consider the benefits to the Garmin sight, not just the damages? So I would like to know if that kind of detail in digging into the technology, is there's benefits, were those considered? It feels like it's like this thing is detrimental, but I can make a pretty strong argument that it's more beneficial than detrimental in less wounded game, because you get really good arrow flight and you know the yardage and you don't shoot that thing through the guts. And maybe you actually harvest fewer animals and would increase opportunity. So I'm just curious whether that was discussed thoroughly in the committee.
Yeah, we discussed, is it going to wound less animals having this? I mean, all the way back to just rangefinders. Are rangefinders more ethical to have one or not? So ethics is a hard thing to discuss, but it was discussed highly. When you're talking about, you want me to go further into that with the Garmin sight? Because the Garmin sight wasn't the reason that we said no electronics on bows, that the committee decided that.
I think that's worth some additional clarification because that was a common theme in our comments, the online comments.
And I get it. It's a cool site. It's very effective. It's expensive. So if you have one, you're very passionate about keeping it. I talked to a guy last night that spent $1,300 on one 3 months ago. And that's tough. That's a big blow, right? When you're talking about it helps you do all the things right to not twerk your bow, so there should be less animals wounded. I've got a rifle that can shoot a 1/4-inch MOA group at 100 yards. I still have to make that shot at an animal. So regardless of what that weapon or that sight does for you, I don't think we can specifically state that that's going to make your shot more ethical, because it's down to the person. You can give me a recurve and I might shoot it better than someone in here with a brand new Hoyt bow at 30 yards. And it might be vice versa. And throw an animal with antlers in front of it, or your first animal, or you've been hiking and your adrenaline's up, that changes, for me personally, that changes everything. And so we actually, on our committee, we had the CEO of Hoyt that was on there for over 20-some years. He was on the committee. So there's nobody more well-versed in archery than that guy. He was a wealth of knowledge, a high wealth of knowledge. So.
But he's never shot the sight.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, I think there was another question from the public. State your name and ask your question, please.
Andrew Wyke, and my question is there any data to support the contention that the Garmin site increases take?
No, there's no data. It hasn't been out that long. It's hard.
5 years.
It's 5 years, but who studied it? Nobody studied it.
We're making rules based on no data.
And so when you look at harvest data on any weapon or whatever, there's other factors involved in that harvest data. The weather during that hunt, was there a drought? Were the animals dispersed? Were they congregated because of a drought, or whether there's so many different factors? And so we did not study that or look at it. And so this isn't an attack on the Garmin site. This is drawing a line for electronics on weapons.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public?
Again, Dan Lanselmo. I guess another question would be, was it discussed that technology might be what brings the youth into this sport and keeps it alive? I mean, I think that should be considered. So was that discussed in the committee?
Yes, I think that was brought up a couple of times in the committee because it was on the forefront of everybody's mind because the trail camera, that was a big thing with the trail cameras. That's why my kid likes hunting. That's why my kid's involved. And in the end, that's not what involves kids to hunting. Kids get involved in hunting because it's fun. You're out there, you're chasing game, you're spending time with family. It's not how cool of technology you have in your pocket. I would say having this in my kid's hands, sitting in a blind trying to call in a turkey, is detrimental to my kid's hunt. It makes life easier for me because they'll sit there and be quiet, but it's detrimental to their hunt.
Detrimental to the experience.
Success is a key part of that.
Success, yes, success, you want your kids to be successful, but you can't base success on harvest. If that was the case, a lot of us would have stopped hunting after our first year, or our second, or our third. There's people in this room that probably bow hunted elk for numerous years and never killed an elk. Why do they keep hunting elk? Would we say they're unsuccessful?
All right, any other questions from the public? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the online comments review.
All right, thanks, Ben. We had 30 responses to the question, what best describes your position regarding the technology recommendations for 2023? We had 33% that strongly agreed, 17% that somewhat agreed, 3% that were neutral, 23% for both somewhat disagree, and 23% for strongly disagree. The weighted average for this was 3.1, which lands right in the middle of neutral. We had, like I said, quite a few comments on there, and some of them were made multiple times. One of them that has already been discussed was folks wanted to allow range finding sites for the bows. As been mentioned, they're not inexpensive, and folks have spent money on that and want to be able to continue to use those. The one that was mentioned specifically is the Garmin that you've already been discussing. There was comments about the two-way radios and cell phones that are important for safety and communication on the mountain. Kind of interesting, we had a comment that says, does not support muzzleloader scopes being removed from the general hunts. And then the next comment was muzzleloader scopes were a mistake, supports going back to open sights. Comments about supporting the restricted weapons definition, but a recommendation of changing the name to traditional weapons. And then there was support for illuminated reticles on crossbows. And it was hard to find sights without illumination and no magnification. That's what I have to share with you on this topic.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. All right, we'll move to public comments. Sorry. Thanks, Jason. I'm used to addressing the chairman. Thanks, Jason. All right, public comments. I've got four comment cards here. When I call your name, step up to the mic, state your name, tell us who you're representing, and give your comments. As a reminder, 3 minutes for an individual, 5 minutes for if you're representing an organization. We'll start off with Andrew Wyke. Andrew Wyke. And then Daniel, you'll be on deck.
Thanks. Andrew Wyke, representing myself. To set the table, I've been hunting with the Garmin bow sight since 2018. The proposed rules seem to ban this sight, despite the fact it's currently legal and in relatively common use. Combining two pieces of legal technology, a laser rangefinder and an illuminated multi-pin bow sight. In the prohibited weapons and devices portion of the recommendation, section 3 says nothing shall be in this section shall be construed as prohibiting laser range-finding devices or illuminated sight pins for archery equipment. In the archery equipment portion, it says the bow does not include, have attached, or use any electronic device other than illuminated sight pins. This language is confusing and unclear. I paid a premium price for this product based on the fact that it is legal, has been legal for use in Utah. Makes me more likely to deliver an accurate and lethal shot. And there is no data that has been presented to suggest that this is leading to unsustainable archery harvest numbers. No issue with the division wanting to get out in front of emerging technology, but this specific site, as stated, it has been on the market for 6 years. This is not emerging technology. There is a huge difference between updating rules to address new technology and telling hunters they're no longer allowed to use a piece of gear they've used legally for the last 5 years. This is fundamentally unfair and inflicts a substantial financial penalty on those who invested in this technology in an effort to be as accurate and ethical as possible. Thanks.
Thanks for your comment. Daniel, you're up. Troy, you're on deck.
Daniel Anselmo, I thought that was well said. Thank you for those comments. I agree that, the purpose behind the Garmin is to make a very ethical shot. I mean, if you read a lot of the other language in the archery tackle, it all seems geared to ensure ethical hunting, size of broadhead, minimum poundage of bow. All those things are trying to make sure that we make an ethical and clean kill when we shoot an animal. This is the next step in that, and new technologies will bring people into the sport. On the comment of we want more opportunity, I think generally as a division, we should look to push people to archery because success rates are so much lower. You still have to get within your effective bow range. You still have to draw your bow. You still have to make a shot. If you can't get rid of the torque in a Garmin sight, you can't range it effectively. The people that I've seen that try to shoot it, if the target is out there very far, if you range something beyond your effective range, the sight will tell you, I will not put a pin there that's beyond your range. So actually limit your range. It makes you make a cleaner, more ethical shot. So there's plenty of argument to say that it isn't, it does aid you in taking in the animal because you can range at full draw, but it does make you better. And I think it promotes use. If you could push, I think when you're putting tag numbers in here, an opportunity, if the numbers were completely flopped, which I know it's not going to get there, but if all the rifle hunters switched to archery and all the archery switched to rifle, how many more tags could we give in the state? A lot. If we're talking about opportunity, we should promote archery, not restrict it. And I'm okay with technology restrictions like the radio stuff. I agree with that. I think that is a good one. So I'm not against restricting technology, but I think it should be looked at on a specific basis. And I would like to see data that supports, we're actually affecting the success rate, because it's expensive enough that there's a small enough portion of archers using it, and then they're wounding less deer. I wouldn't be surprised if the data said that we actually killed fewer deer overall. So I think if you're going to take a technology away that's been legal for some time, there should be data to support it. If the data, like if your success rate's doubled, I would probably vote for that, but it won't. I've used it since it came out.
Got 15 seconds.
And so I'm in support of keeping that existing technology on archery tackle. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Troy, you're up. And our last comment card is Chavez Lundskog. I apologize if I butchered your name.
Yeah, nice. Sound it out, Ben. Come on. Troy Jessenson, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. First, I just want to thank the committee that tackled this. It was a diverse committee, and I appreciate the time and effort they put into it. They put a lot of time to come up with these things. They had to make some hard decisions. I see where they're coming from with this Garmin sight, but the same could be said, all right, that inline muzzleloader is a lot more ethical and helps me create a better shot. Somewhere a line has to be drawn. And so it is tough, and the same way can be said about thermals. We had a lot of people to spend a lot of money on thermals, and now they're no longer available. At some point, we got to put technology on the back shelf to help maintain quality and increase opportunity. So I support that. Now, one thing that was brought up in the Northern RAC last night concerning the radios, and we discussed a little earlier on some of the issues with the elk and cow elk harvest. A few people like Deseret Land Livestock, they kill anywhere from 300 to 500 cow elk a year. And they felt like with the ban of radios not being able to guide some of these public hunters into cows, it was going to extremely affect their ability to manage those cows. I get that. That's a problem. And so what we would recommend to the division is maybe look at possibly creating within a COR and some of these CWMUs that have an issue with getting cow harvest done, that they can issue a variance or a COR specifically for late season cow harvest to help them achieve those so we can get those elk numbers down to objective. So we support the recommendation that's come forth from the division on the technology committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Chavez.
I'm Chavez Lundskog, representing myself. I really do want to extend a genuine expression of gratitude to all the RAC members, all the committee members that do volunteer so much time and effort that benefits people like me who are local Utah hunters. I feel like what's going on with this technology committee is not just good, it is great. It is so good, and it makes me so excited about what the future could hold for hunting, not just now, but for future generations. I personally, I mean, the whole reason why we're all here is for hunting. And I don't want to sound cheesy or anything, but there's something special about it. It's part of who we are. It's part of our story. It's sacred. And technology takes away from that. It replaces skills. It replaces knowledge. It replaces things with the technology. It makes, sure, we can argue like, yeah, this technology makes it easier. I can kill an animal easier. I can, less wound loss. All that may sound great, but in the end, I see that killing hunting. I want to preserve that. It has cultural value. It has global value to the non-hunting community to preserve something that is important to human history, to human culture. So I'm grateful for this. And I know it's an uncomfortable thing to do because nobody likes having things taken away. We're Americans, and hunters are the most American Americans. And as soon as we hear like, oh, this is going to be restricted, this is going to get taken away, we're going to kick and scream. And I want to say that there's a lot of hunters out there like me that hear this and are excited. And they're like, okay, finally, this is good. This is a good direction to be going. So I want to express that gratitude. I want to express that excitement. I just want people to know that there are hunters out there that want to continue hunting every year. that want to live a hunting lifestyle. And it's getting harder to do the way we're doing things. And this, taking a step back, I feel is a huge step forward for the hunting community. And that's all.
Thank you. I don't have any more public comment cards. We got a few people left here still in the audience, so thank you to the public that has attended tonight. Much appreciated. Glad you're here and glad we could hear your comments. Let's bring this back to the RAC for discussion at the RAC. I'll go ahead and lead out with a couple of thoughts and comments. Hadn't given this particular item that I'm going to bring up much thought before tonight, but as during the questions I brought up the cameras on firearms. Personally, I don't see a reason not to, if I'm not to allow that. I see it just the same as a bow, to be used to film your hunt. I think it's becoming more common. I don't, similar to the bow, I don't see how it would aid in intake. So that's something that I would encourage the RAC to entertain. Specifically to the range finding sites on bows. Well, this isn't just archery tackle. It's rifles too. Range finding scopes, scopes that Bluetooth to your rangefinder. Regardless of the weapon, those types of sites absolutely provide an advantage in certain hunting scenarios. For instance, with a rifle, a deer at 500 yards that's moving through the trees or on the edge of the ridge or something, that time can be critical to make that shot or not. So by limiting that technology, we are, I mean, that's the goal here is to limit the technology and to potentially reduce some of that easier take. And that's a scenario where I see that would play out. Similarly with archery and the range finding archery sites, hunting elk. Anybody that's hunted elk with a bow knows stuff can happen really fast. And being able to be at full draw and range and get a pin and shoot an elk without having to draw as it range and draws is coming in, huge advantage. So personally, I'm on the side with the technology committee here for limiting these technologies. That pretty much sums up my comments on the technology agenda item. As we dive into this, I want to hear discussion and comments, but there's a number of pieces in this. There's the range finding, or there's the electronics within sites. There's electronic communication. There's the issue that Troy brought up with electronic communication on CWMU specific for antlerless. Maybe as we get ready for a motion, it might be appropriate to split those out. So let's keep that in mind. All right, go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, Chaz, I'm with you, man. Grew up shooting, a recurve, bear recurve bow, and with cedar shafts and stuff, and really, that's what pulled me into the sport. Not killing anything. I think I only killed one deer, no, two. I killed a fawn and then I killed a buck that was way too big to get out. And so I'm just saying that I agree with you, but the point that's been made about these Garmin sites, that's water under the bridge. So is the division going to either provide more time for people to phase out of that particular issue, or are they going to compensate those people for all that money they've spent on that stuff all this way down the road? 5 years? Really? I mean, so I think those are good questions. Could you respond to that at all? Or it seems like water under the bridge is what I'm trying to say.
As far as the division paying somebody back, I don't know. I shouldn't speak.
Hey, Salt Lake City will buy my guns.
I just don't.
Gabe. They'll buy my guns, Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
But
I
I
don't
threw
know
out
if we've ever done that
the time
before.
issue too. So
So I guess when you're talking about that site is not worthless if this goes through. They can sell that site. It's legal in many other states.
Yeah.
That sight still has value. We're saying that thing now is thrown in the garbage, which just isn't true. I have a rangefinder on my bow. I'll have to take it off.
Braden, I'll start a buyback program for things under this, based on Salt Lake's model of value. Yep.
But you do get the point that he made and others have made, and that is, it's just, renege,
I don't think it's unprecedented to change the technology we use. Like, I want to be paid back for my ML 300 elk points, or I want to, or who in the room wants to buy a 1-power muzzleloader scope? I mean, so I don't think it's,
Yeah, I would add to that, this isn't the first time that the state of Utah has banned range finding archery sites. Bushnell put one out several years ago, and a year or two later, Utah banned it, and then several years later, we removed the ban, and the government came out. It's a little bit of a circular thing here.
So I think one thing we need to remember is this is just for big game. Can you use the Garmin sight or any of this other technology for turkeys, for small game? Absolutely.
Thanks for that clarification. Mike, before we go to you, Brock's got his hand up. Let me go to Brock and then I'll come to you. Brock, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, I'm generally in favor of all of these recommendations. I am struggling a little bit because I've got probably a dozen calls from people about two-way communication, and I'm trying to represent the sportsman. That's who I represent. So I'm not sure how I vote overall when it gets to there, just because of the calls I've got from that. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Brock. Mike, go ahead.
What I like about this, what's been put forward, is everybody has pain. Like even the guy shooting a side lock muzzleloader with the round ball right here, I'm going to have to change the way I hunt with that side lock. And so everybody's going to have some pain. Obviously, the guy that's got his range finding scope with the Bluetooth technology, we're talking thousands and thousands. And like was said before, FLIR has already been kicked out, and that's a really crazy expensive technology. I actually love that there is an attempt to disallow two-way radios in the actual stalking and the pursuit of the animal. I can't tell you how many dead critters I've dealt with over the years in taxidermy that came in, and there was a lot of talk about, my buddy guided me in, oh, stop. Oh, don't take another step. Oh, hold on. Okay, he's looking at you. Okay, he's looking away. Now you can step forward again. And it wasn't just archery. It was, other weapon types too. So I'm completely in favor of everything within this rule.
Thanks, Mike. Just a second, Braden. One other point to add that I think is relevant is neither Pope and Young nor Boone and Crockett allows entries that were harvested with two-way communication assistance. So this would align with that, those entry books as well. Braden, go ahead.
Yeah, when I first just kind of glanced at the rule, I was like, wait, we're banning radios? And then I read the rule, I thought, okay, I can live with this, right? And so Brock, I got a lot of comments too, right? They're banning radios. And then when you read the rule though, and it talks about stalking a specific animal, I thought, okay, I can live with this, right? We're getting rid of that advantage of guiding a guy directly to that deer or elk. So I'm okay with that. I side with you, Ben, on the cameras. I just don't see a reason, if we're gonna put a camera on a bow, it's like, why can't we just put one? There's a guy that works at the division, I won't say his name, but he loves to send me videos of chuckers he shoots, right, with his shotgun. And it's like, this is cool. Oh, I missed that one. Look what happened. I was way behind it. And maybe it helps him on the next hunt because he's analyzing his shots and saying, this is why I missed. But I do think, I don't see the reason we'd ban, like I said, a Tacticam or whatever on a gun. But I support the rest of the recommendations. I think they're reasonable. They're well thought out. It's tough. I almost bought the Garmin site. I joked about the buyback program, but it is, I told Mike earlier today, I said, is this a taking? Is the government taking something? But like Gabe said, yeah, you can still sell it. You can still, I still, yeah, I struggle with that one a little bit.
Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, by far the two most frequent comments we got were the Garmin archery site and the two-way communication. And I think the archery one is particularly interesting because as an archer, as an avid archer, I'm aware of wounding loss, and I think that is a concern for all archers. And so that one's actually sort of problematic for me on several different levels. But I would push back against something Braden, you and Ben both said, is if the intent of this technology committee is to limit electronic application within a hunting scenario, I would say disallowing cameras on a bow would be a better move than to allow them on a rifle. And why I say that is because if we're calling a camera a phone, which is basically what was said tonight, this is a supercomputer on your weapon. And right now, this phone is capable of doing quite a lot. In 20 years, in 10 years, in 5 years, I can't even imagine what it can do. And so if you're to take it to a logical conclusion, I would say remove cameras from archery before I would put it on a firearm. I don't really have a comment on the two-way communication. I'm fine with it either way. I do struggle with wounding loss from archery, but at the same time, a crossbow is more lethal effective than a bow. And I don't want to see people making crossbows legal for the protected class that's able to use a crossbow in this state. And so that one's right on the line for me. But if we're talking electronics in general, I'd like to see less instead of more.
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, and I thought, I agree with what Josh had to say, and I thought it was kind of interesting with the comment about there in the rule on 3 where it's not prohibiting a laser range finding devices. I wonder if just a clarification in handheld would make that better, because I think that's what it's trying to say, that anything attached to the weapon itself that can range find is what's being taken off. I don't know if just that adding that to that definition or that part of the rule would help clarify that, because I could see the guy's point on it being, confusing there when you go back into the archery section and it's saying now you can't use this, but it had that in there as just a thing. I don't know if that would help you or not.
Yeah, I don't see how that would hurt. When you're reading it just as that specific line, then yeah, that can be very, you can misunderstand it. And we're humans. You read it, I read it, he reads it, and we come up with 3 different interpretations. And so the clearer it can be written, we're never going to be against that.
Right. My thought, and then, the camera thing, I think I agree with the way Josh kind of put that as well, so.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm still not buying in on the camera argument. It's literally just videoing your experience. It's not aiding. That's where I'm at on that. It's not aiding anything. It's purely capturing the experience.
I think Gabe explained it pretty well. To where I bought in there is that having your camera or the advancement of technology on that, whatever the one is that you were saying uses just the mirrors to come up there, at some point, what would that allow to do to where that's actually showing? And the intent of me saying, well, I'm just filming on my phone, and then how do you prove that you didn't use it to, aid you in the taking with the other technology side of it? And I think that that's probably where they have to draw the line somewhere, and I think that's a good point. And I think, from Josh saying, taking away from the archery, that probably resonated a little more, where I thought, well, yeah, it's just all that is the same thing, just taking a video of it because of what it is. And if they were to define every little tubular, I guess those are more of a tubular type camera.
That's exactly there, yeah.
You would have to define each one of those down to it. But I think that at some point that technology could increase. And I think drawing a line somewhere, where do you start? You've got to find some place to start. And I think that's where I'm kind of standing.
Yeah, I actually agree with what Josh said. I mean, if the goal is to, I think that if you take the technology off of the weapon, I would be more prone to take the camera off the bow than to put it on. And the other thing is, like the Tacticams that we put on shotguns, we're talking about big games. We're not talking about all guns. We're not talking about shotguns and
Well,
things like that.
it's the same camera that you'd put on a scope, or you could mount it to your gun as well.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think that there's a lot of thought put into it by the technology committee and through the division. And I don't want to say that they're the end all. I'm not trying to say that, but it just makes sense that I would probably pull it off the bow rather than put it onto the rifle.
Gabe, was there any discussion regarding cameras on firearms, or was the discussions
Oh, yeah.
simply about bows?
Yeah. I'm on, right? Yes, there was. And I think the discussion on the firearms with the cameras was, where's it going? And are we going to revisit this because technology is going to advance and there's going to be a way someone's going to be able to use that camera on a rifle to do exactly what we're trying to prevent them from doing.
All right, thanks.
But here's another thing. You can carry a camera on your head too. I see hunters doing that quite often, but not like, it's like short range stuff is where I see cameras. Most people will be filming their stuff through a phone scope or something.
When I had the same thought of a camera that, down the road or who knows how long, and maybe they already exist, that you put on a bow, but then that could, aid in you in taking. And then how do you guys go in and verify it?
I mean, you're facing the screen. What application's coming down the pike where you can look at that app on your phone? Once the flashlight feature gets brighter, once they build in a laser rangefinder into your phone, I don't know. I mean,
Well,
it's getting to be science fiction, but at this point in our lives, like life has become kind of science fiction in that regard.
I hear what you're saying, but let's clarify. We're not talking about the camera on your phone. The cameras we're talking about they're just cameras.
But he said cameras on your phone. This is your best phone that everybody has. Best camera.
There'd have to be a very specific definition of a camera. I get what you're talking about. And, anything's possible, but it's drawing that line. I mean, how many times are we going to revisit this? Filming a hunt's cool, though. I mean, that's why we're talking about it, is because everybody likes to have a memory of their hunt. So.
And,
Right.
and I do agree with Mike though about you can, like I filmed an elk hunt, right? Where I just put my spotting scope up, had the phone going, and my son filmed the whole hunt, and it's cool to watch, right? I love going back and it's just cool to have. So that tool's still there. I guess I just can't attach it to my rifle. The one thought I did have though is there an exception we can make for, people with disabilities? I've seen a couple of hunts where somebody's mostly blind or something and they use the phone to maybe help with that. Is that going to be an issue? I don't know if that's been thought about or talked about.
Yeah, a lot of that will be addressed through the COR type stuff. And so, I don't think we want to take opportunities away from those that makes it possible for them to participate. Yeah. That wouldn't make sense.
Right. Yep. We got any other, sorry, do we got a hand up? Brock, go ahead.
After the discussion, I'm in favor of everything.
Is that a motion, Brock?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
All right, motion to accept as presented. Do we have a second? Second by Eric. Discussion on the motion. Mike, go ahead.
Well, that keeps the cameras on bows. So
I'd take a friendly amendment to take cameras off bows. I don't have a dog in that fight. I'll go either way.
I would still second that. If that was.
So I make amend the motion. I move to amend the motion to take cameras off the bows.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to accept as presented with an amendment to remove cameras from archery tackle. And the original motion and second are that's an acceptable amendment. All right, any other discussion? All right, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? Passes unanimous. All right. That is our last agenda item. Jason, we don't have anything for additional business tonight? Okay. All right. Do we need a motion to adjourn? All right. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you for attending.